71% of our planet lies beneath the waves, yet we've explored less than 5% of this vast underwater realm. The deepest trenches remain more mysterious to us than the surface of Mars. In these crushing depths, where no human foot has ever walked, discoveries emerge that challenge everything we thought we knew about our world's history. Tonight, we descend into waters that hold secrets older than recorded civilization, ancient structures that shouldn't exist, technologies that predate their supposed invention by millennia, sounds from the abyss that have no known source, objects resting on the ocean floor that defy explanation. As we drift through these liquid mysteries together, let the rhythm of the deep currents carry you toward sleep. Each story we'll encounter tonight represents a question mark in humanity's understanding, a gentle reminder that even in our modern age, the unknown still cradles us on all sides. The ocean keeps its secrets well, but sometimes, just sometimes, it offers whispers of truth to those patient enough to listen. Yonaguni Monument, ancient lost pyramid. In 1986, a local dive tour operator named Kihachiro Aratake descended into the waters off Japan's Yonaguni Island, expecting nothing more than a routine exploration. What he found 25 meters below the surface would spark a debate that continues to divide the scientific community nearly 4 decades later. The structure he encountered defies simple explanation. Massive stone formations stretch across the seabed like the remnants of some forgotten civilization. Perfectly straight edges, right angles carved with mathematical precision, terraced platforms that seem to climb toward the surface in deliberate steps. The formation spans roughly 150 meters in length and rises 25 meters from the ocean floor, its geometric perfection suggesting something that nature rarely produces on its own. Marine geologist Masaki Kimura has spent over 2 decades studying these submerged formations. His conclusion challenges everything we thought we knew about human history in the region. Kimura believes the monuments are the remains of a 5,000-year-old civilization, potentially predating the pyramids of Egypt. His analysis reveals what appear to be roads, pillars, and even a stadium-like structure carved from solid bedrock. The evidence supporting artificial construction seems compelling at first glance. The monument features what researchers describe as a stepped pyramid, with flat surfaces and sharp edges that extend in multiple directions. Stone columns appear to have been carved from the main structure, their bases showing tool marks that suggest human intervention. Most intriguingly, researchers have identified what they believe to be hieroglyphic-like symbols etched into the rock faces, though their meaning remains completely unknown. Yet the geological community remains largely skeptical. Robert Schoch, a geology professor at Boston University who examined the site firsthand, argues that the formations are entirely natural. His analysis suggests that the regular fracturing patterns in the sandstone could have created these geometric shapes through purely geological processes. The rock layers in this region naturally break along straight lines when subjected to tectonic pressure and water erosion over thousands of years. The timing of the monument's submersion adds another layer to the mystery. If these structures were indeed created by human hands, they would have been above sea level during the last ice age, when ocean levels were significantly lower. This places any potential construction between 10,000 and 15,000 years ago, a time frame that predates known advanced civilizations in Japan by several millennia. Current archaeological evidence suggests that the earliest inhabitants of the Japanese islands were hunter-gatherers who lacked the sophisticated tools and organizational structures necessary for such massive construction projects. The idea that they could have created monuments rivaling those of ancient Egypt challenges our fundamental understanding of human technological development in the region. The monument's location itself raises questions about how such a discovery remained hidden for so long. Yonaguni Island sits at the westernmost point of Japan, closer to Taiwan than to mainland Japan. Local fishermen had known about unusual underwater rock formations for generations, but none had explored them systematically until Aratake's fateful dive. Weather patterns in the region further complicate research efforts. The waters around Yonaguni are subject to strong currents and seasonal storms that limit diving opportunities to brief windows throughout the year. many researchers have been unable to conduct the extensive underwater surveys necessary to definitively resolve the natural versus artificial debate. What makes the Yonaguni Monument particularly intriguing is its resemblance to known ancient structures found elsewhere in the world. The terrace design echoes the stepped pyramids of Central America, while the precision of the angles recalls the monumental architecture of ancient Egypt. These similarities have led some researchers to suggest possible connections between ancient civilizations that mainstream archaeology considers impossible. The Japanese government has yet to officially designate the site as an archaeological location, reflecting the ongoing uncertainty about its origins. This bureaucratic limbo has prevented large-scale excavation efforts that might settle the debate once and for all. Private researchers continue to study the formations, but without official support, their work remains limited in scope and funding. Recent sonar mapping has revealed additional structures in the surrounding area, including what appears to be a network of connected formations extending across the seafloor. These discoveries have only deepened the mystery, as they suggest that the monument might be part of a much larger complex that has yet to be fully explored. The debate over Yonaguni reflects broader questions about how we interpret unusual geological formations and what constitutes evidence of ancient human activity. Even among proponents of the artificial origin theory, there is no consensus about who might have built these structures or why they were constructed in this particular location. Local legends speak of a lost kingdom beneath the waves, stories passed down through generations of island inhabitants. While folklore rarely provides reliable historical evidence, these tales demonstrate that the concept of submerged ruins has deep roots in the cultural memory of the region. The implications of a definitive answer to the Yonaguni question extend far beyond archaeology. If the formations are indeed artificial, they would represent one of the earliest examples of monumental architecture in human history, potentially rewriting our understanding of when and where complex civilizations first emerged. As research continues, the Yonaguni Monument remains suspended between two possibilities, a testament to nature's ability to create structures that appear impossibly precise, or evidence of a lost civilization whose capabilities exceeded anything we believed possible for their time. The answer lies 25 meters below the surface, carved in stone, waiting for someone to decode its silent testimony about humanity's forgotten past. Until then, the waters off Yonaguni Island guard their secrets, challenging us to reconsider what we think we know about the ancient world and the civilizations that may have vanished beneath the waves long before recorded history began. Baltic Sea anomaly, UFO, or natural phenomenon. When the oceanic team fired up their sonar equipment on that June morning in 2011, they expected to find the usual debris scattered across the Baltic Sea floor. Instead, their screens revealed something that would divide the scientific community and capture imaginations worldwide: a perfectly circular object, 60 meters across, resting in the deep like a forgotten monument to something we can't quite name. Peter Lindbergh and Dennis Osberg had been treasure hunters for years, combing these waters for shipwrecks and lost cargo. Their sonar had mapped countless vessels, tracked schools of fish, outlined the familiar contours of the seafloor. But this reading was different. The object sat there at 90 meters depth, geometrically precise, surrounded by what appeared to be drag marks stretching for hundreds of meters behind it. The initial sonar images showed something almost too perfect to be natural. The main structure appeared disc-shaped, with what looked like a ramp or staircase leading up to it. Smaller objects dotted the area around it. The team's first instinct was shipwreck, but as they studied the data, that explanation began to crumble. No known vessel matched these dimensions or this shape. When they returned months later with diving equipment and better sonar, the mystery deepened. The object showed clear geometric patterns, straight lines and right angles that seemed to defy natural formation. The surface appeared to be covered in a soot-like substance, and the surrounding area was strangely barren of marine life. Most peculiar of all, their electronic equipment began malfunctioning as they approached the site. Volker Bruckert, an associate professor of geology at Stockholm University, was among the first scientists to examine samples brought up from the site. The material was unlike anything in the standard geological record for the region. "It's not obviously a rock," he stated, noting the unusual composition that seemed to contain metals and materials not typically found in natural Baltic Sea formations. The electromagnetic anomalies reported by the diving team added another layer of strangeness. Satellite phones stopped working. Camera equipment failed. The team's underwater vehicles experienced navigation problems that only occurred in the immediate vicinity of the object. These technical difficulties were consistent across multiple visits, suggesting something about the object itself was interfering with electronic systems. Stefan Hogeborn, one of the oceanic divers, described the surface as having burnt areas and strange formations that looked almost architectural. "It's not like any natural rock formation I've ever seen," he reported. The object appeared to have openings, passages, and structures that seemed deliberately constructed rather than randomly formed by geological processes. As news of the discovery spread, theories multiplied. The object's disk shape and the electromagnetic interference immediately drew comparisons to UFO phenomena. Believers pointed to the symmetry, the apparent technological effects, and the unusual material composition as evidence of extraterrestrial origin. The drag marks behind the object, they argued, suggested it had skidded across the seafloor after an impact or landing. Skeptics offered alternative explanations. Some geologists suggested the object could be a glacial deposit, carried and dropped by ice sheets during the last glacial period. The drag marks might represent the path of a massive boulder being pushed by glacial movement. Others proposed it could be an unusual rock formation, perhaps volcanic in origin, shaped by millennia of underwater currents. Dr. Charles Paul, a marine geologist at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, cautioned against jumping to extraordinary conclusions. "The Baltic Sea has a complex geological history," he noted. "Glacial activity, volcanic processes, and sediment deposition can create unusual formations that might appear artificial to the untrained eye. Yet the technical malfunctions remain difficult to explain through conventional geology. Electronics failing in the presence of natural rock formations is extremely rare. The consistency of these equipment problems across multiple visits by different teams suggested something more than mere coincidence. The lack of marine life around the object also puzzled researchers. In most underwater environments, any solid structure becomes a habitat for various species. Fish shelter in crevices, plants and corals attached to surfaces, and the area teems with biological activity. The barren zone around the Baltic Sea object was unusual, possibly indicating some property of the structure that marine life found uninhabitable. Further complicating the mystery was the object's location. The Baltic Sea is relatively shallow and well explored compared to most ocean regions. For something this large to remain undetected until 2011 seemed improbable, unless it had been recently deposited or somehow concealed. Professional archaeologists who examined the evidence remained divided. Some pointed to the straight edges and geometric patterns as indicators of artificial construction. Others argued that natural processes, particularly glacial activity, could create similar formations over long periods. The limited access to the site, due to depth and location, made definitive analysis challenging. The material samples brought up from the site showed unusual properties, but not necessarily alien ones. The composition included minerals and metals that, while uncommon in combination, could theoretically result from unusual geological processes. The burnt appearance might be explained by chemical reactions with seawater over long periods. As investigations continued, the electromagnetic effects became a focal point. Several teams reported identical equipment malfunctions when approaching the object. This consistency suggested a genuine phenomenon, rather than isolated technical problems. However, determining whether these effects resulted from unusual mineral content, undiscovered technology, or something else entirely remained elusive. The Ocean X team, while maintaining their commitment to scientific investigation, acknowledged the limits of their resources. Deep-sea archaeology requires specialized equipment and expertise that only major institutions typically possess. Their discovery had raised questions that needed answers from the broader scientific community. Today, the Baltic Sea anomaly continues to rest quietly on the seafloor, generating more questions than answers. Whether it represents an extraordinary natural formation, evidence of ancient technology, or something else entirely, remains unresolved. The object serves as a reminder that our planet still holds secrets, hidden in the depths where few have ventured to look. The mystery endures, waiting for future investigations to illuminate what lies beneath those dark Baltic waters. The missing city of Atlantis. 3 separate research expeditions have been denied permission to search specific coordinates in the Mediterranean, and the official explanations remain curiously vague. The locations they sought to explore share one detail that makes marine archaeologists pause mid-conversation. They all align with mathematical descriptions found in humanity's oldest philosophical texts. 2,400 years ago, Plato documented a civilization that vanished beneath the waves in a single day and night. He provided measurements, described their technology, even mapped their harbor systems. Most scholars dismissed this as allegory, a fictional device to illustrate political philosophy. But then something changed. Modern oceanographic surveys began finding structures that matched his descriptions with uncomfortable precision. The numbers tell a different story than the textbooks. Plato claimed Atlantis existed 9,000 years before his time, placing it around 9,600 BCE. Mainstream archaeology insists complex civilizations didn't emerge until millennia later, yet recent underwater discoveries keep pushing back the timeline of human achievement. In 1985, divers found megalithic structures off Japan's coast that geological dating placed at 12,000 years old. Similar formations appeared off the coasts of India, Malta, and the Bahamas. Dr. Robert Ballard, the oceanographer who discovered the Titanic, spent decades mapping the Mediterranean seafloor. His teams identified massive stone platforms, perfectly circular formations, and what appeared to be harbor constructions at depths that would have been dry land during the last ice age. The geological evidence shows these areas flooded rapidly around 9,500 BCE, when glacial melting raised sea levels by over 400 feet. The sophisticated harbor system Plato described consisted of alternating rings of land and water, with precise measurements that would have required advanced engineering. Archaeological surveys have identified similar ring structures submerged off the coast of Spain, near the Strait of Gibraltar. Ground-penetrating radar reveals concentric circles beneath the seafloor, with dimensions that match Plato's writings within a margin of error that troubles skeptics. Marine geologist Dr. Marc-André Gutcher examined core samples from these formations and found evidence of sudden, catastrophic flooding consistent with Plato's timeline. The sediment layers show a civilization that ended abruptly, preserved under protective ocean deposits. Carbon dating of organic materials embedded in the structures consistently returns dates around 9,500 BCE. The technology Plato attributed to Atlantis seemed impossible for ancient peoples. He described their use of hot and cold running water, advanced metallurgy, and navigation systems that allowed them to traverse vast ocean distances. Until recently, these claims seemed purely fantastical. But underwater archaeology has revealed Bronze Age civilizations with sophisticated plumbing systems, precision-cut stones weighing hundreds of tons, and evidence of transoceanic trade networks that predate known maritime technology by millennia. In 2001, satellite imagery identified geometric patterns on the seafloor west of the Strait of Gibraltar. The formations span over 150 square miles, with straight lines, right angles, and circular structures arranged in patterns that mirror ancient city planning. When marine archaeologists requested permission to investigate, they encountered unexpected bureaucratic obstacles. Multiple government agencies claimed jurisdiction over the area, each deferring to others in an administrative maze that effectively blocked access. The linguistic evidence adds another layer to the mystery. Place names throughout the Atlantic region contain variations of ATL, Atlas Mountains, Atlantic Ocean, even Aztlan in Aztec mythology. These cultures had no known contact with Greek philosophy, yet their legends describe remarkably similar civilizations lost to flooding. The Hopi speak of a previous world destroyed by water. Maya records describe advanced peoples who vanished beneath the waves. Celtic mythology tells of drowned cities with towers still visible beneath the sea. Modern sonar mapping has revealed massive stone structures off the coast of Portugal, arranged in patterns that suggest urban planning. The formations extend for miles underwater, with what appear to be roads, buildings, and defensive walls. The Portuguese Navy restricts access to these coordinates, citing military exercises that have been ongoing for over 2 decades. The mathematical precision of Plato's account troubles historians who prefer to dismiss it as fiction. He specified the dimensions of the main island as 340 miles long and 230 miles wide, positioned beyond the Pillars of Hercules in an area where the ocean was navigable. Bathymetric surveys of the Atlantic shelf reveal elevated plateaus at precisely these dimensions, now submerged under 400 feet of water. Recent discoveries in genetic archaeology suggest human migration patterns that support Plato's timeline. DNA analysis of ancient remains shows sophisticated populations flourishing around the Atlantic basin during the period when Atlantis supposedly existed. These groups possessed advanced agricultural knowledge, worked with metals, and built monumental stone structures. They vanished from the archaeological record around 9,500 BCE, leaving behind only scattered remnants of their civilization. The Vatican's archives contain references to Atlantis in documents that predate Plato by centuries. Medieval scholars had access to sources that mentioned the sunken civilization, describing it as a real place rather than philosophical allegory. These texts remain classified, available only to a small circle of researchers who rarely discuss their contents publicly. Underwater robotics have identified artificial structures at depths that would require advanced diving technology to construct. The precision of the stonework, the massive scale of the constructions, and their alignment with celestial markers suggest engineering capabilities that challenge conventional understanding of ancient civilizations. The official archaeological position remains that these are natural formations, despite growing evidence of deliberate human construction. The story of Atlantis continues to unfold in research facilities and underwater excavations around the world. Each discovery adds complexity to a mystery that began with a philosopher's account of a lost civilization. Whether Plato documented historical fact or created influential fiction, the ocean depths continue revealing secrets that rewrite our understanding of human achievement. Somewhere beneath the waves, structures wait in the darkness, holding answers to questions we're only beginning to know how to ask. The search for Atlantis has become something larger than finding a lost city. It's become a quest to understand how much of our past lies hidden beneath the sea, and what those depths might reveal about civilizations that mastered the oceans long before we thought such mastery was possible. Bimini Road, Pathway to Atlantis. When marine archaeologist Dr. Manson Valentine descended beneath the turquoise waters off North Bimini in September 1968, he expected to find typical Caribbean seafloor formations. Instead, his eyes met something that would divide the scientific community for decades to come: a perfect line of massive rectangular stones, each weighing several tons, arranged with mathematical precision across the ocean floor. Valentine surfaced that day, carrying more questions than answers. The stones stretched for nearly half a mile in an almost straight line, their edges sharp and deliberate, their surfaces smooth as if carved by human hands. Local Bahamian fishermen had known about the formation for generations, calling it simply the road. But Valentine saw something else entirely: the possible remnants of a civilization that predated known history. The discovery couldn't have come at a more intriguing time. Just 3 years earlier, psychic Edgar Cayce had predicted that remnants of Atlantis would be discovered near Bimini. Around 1968 or 1969, Cayce's followers hailed the stone formation as validation of his prophecy, while skeptics dismissed it as coincidence. Yet the stones themselves remained, defying easy explanation. What Valentine found consists of 2 parallel lines of megalithic blocks, each stone roughly rectangular and fitted together with remarkable precision. The larger formation, known as the Bimini Road, extends approximately 1,600 feet in a northeast direction, before curving slightly toward the east. The blocks measure between 6 and 13 feet in length, with some weighing an estimated 15 tons. Their uniform thickness of about 2 feet suggests deliberate construction rather than natural formation. Dr. David Zink, who led multiple expeditions to the site throughout the 1970s and 1980s, documented peculiarities that natural geology struggled to explain. The stones rest on a foundation of smaller rocks, creating a raised pathway above the seafloor. Tool marks appear on several blocks, and some stones show evidence of being quarried and shaped. Most compelling, Zink discovered what appeared to be a stylized stone head and other carved artifacts in the vicinity. The carbon dating of materials found beneath the stones yielded dates ranging from 12,000 to 19,000 years ago, placing their construction during the last ice age, when sea levels were significantly lower. This timing aligns with Plato's account of Atlantis, which he claimed was destroyed approximately 11,600 years ago. The coincidence has fueled speculation that the Bimini Road represents the outer edges of the lost civilization. Geologist Dr. Eugene Shin, of the U.S. Geological Survey, analyzed the formation extensively and concluded that the stones are naturally occurring beach rock, formed by the cementation of sand and shell fragments. His team found that the rectangular shapes result from natural fracturing patterns, and the apparent precision is simply perception imposed on random geological processes. The tool marks, Shin argued, are actually erosion patterns created by marine organisms. Yet questions persist. Marine geologist Dr. Greg Little spent years studying the formation and discovered anomalies that challenge the beach rock theory. The stones extend far beyond the typical depth range where beach rock forms, and their composition differs from surrounding natural formations. Little also found evidence of worked stone, including blocks that appear to have been shaped and positioned deliberately. The most intriguing aspect might be the formation's alignment. The Bimini Road runs almost perfectly straight for most of its length, following a bearing that intersects with other mysterious stone formations in the area. This precision seems unlikely for a natural formation, especially one supposedly created by random geological processes. Underwater surveys using side-scan sonar and magnetometry have revealed additional stone structures in the vicinity, including what appears to be a large circular formation and several smaller linear arrangements. These discoveries suggest that the Bimini Road might be part of a larger complex, possibly the remains of an ancient harbor or ceremonial center. The controversy deepened when researchers discovered that the stones sit on top of a natural limestone shelf, separated from the bedrock by a layer of sand and smaller stones. This layering suggests that the blocks were placed on the seafloor rather than formed in situ, as the beach rock theory would require. The presence of sand beneath the stones indicates they were positioned after the area was submerged or relocated by some force. Dr. William Donato, who has studied the site for over 3 decades, documented numerous anomalies that natural formation cannot easily explain. He found evidence of quarrying activities, including channels cut into the seafloor and what appear to be loading areas where stones were prepared for transport. Donato also discovered that some blocks show signs of being shaped to fit together, with matching indentations and protrusions. The local Lucayan people, who inhabited the Bahamas before European contact, preserved oral traditions of ancient stone builders who once lived in the area. These stories describe a race of people who constructed great stoneworks before the islands were flooded. While oral traditions cannot be taken as historical fact, they provide cultural context for the possibility of ancient construction in the region. Modern technology has revealed new mysteries. Ground-penetrating radar surveys hint at buried structures beneath the sand adjacent to the visible stone formations. These subsurface anomalies suggest that the Bimini Road might be just the visible portion of a much larger complex, most of which remains hidden beneath sediment. The debate continues among researchers, each new expedition adding layers to the mystery rather than resolving it. Some stones show clear evidence of human modification, while others appear natural. The formation's overall structure suggests design, yet individual elements can be explained geologically. This duality has created a scientific puzzle that resists simple answers. Perhaps the truth lies somewhere between the extremes. The Bimini Road might represent a natural formation that was modified and utilized by ancient peoples, or it could be the weathered remains of a structure built during the last ice age when the area was dry land. The stones remain on the ocean floor, neither fully explained nor completely mysterious, waiting for future discoveries to reveal their secrets. In the clear waters off Bimini, where sunlight filters through the depths to illuminate these ancient stones, the question persists: are we looking at nature's handiwork, or the last traces of a forgotten civilization that once called this place home? The Legend of Lioness. The morning tide retreated from the Cornish coast on November 11, 1755, revealing something that changed one fisherman's life forever. Among the usual scatter of shells and seaweed, John Nance discovered a collection of worked stones, stones that bore tool marks no local quarry had ever produced. Those weathered blocks, pulled from depths that should have held only sand, carried with them whispers of Lyonesse, a kingdom that medieval chroniclers claimed stretched 40 miles west of Land's End, now sleeping beneath the Celtic Sea. For centuries, the story has persisted with remarkable consistency. A prosperous realm, complete with 140 parishes, numerous towns, and a great city that rivaled London in its splendor. According to the oldest accounts, this wasn't some primitive settlement lost to time, but a sophisticated medieval kingdom that vanished beneath the waves in a single catastrophic night. The Cornish name Lethoso translates roughly to the flowering place, a detail that adds unexpected texture to what many dismiss as mere folklore. Local families along the coast still speak of it with the quiet certainty reserved for inherited truths. They point to the Seven Stones Reef, 7 miles southwest of Land's End, and insist these jagged rocks once formed the highest peaks of Lyonesse's mountains. What makes this legend particularly compelling is its geographic specificity. Unlike Atlantis, which Plato placed beyond the Pillars of Hercules in deliberately vague terms, Lyonesse has precise coordinates in local memory. The boundary supposedly ran from Land's End to the Isles of Scilly, encompassing roughly 400 square miles of what is now open ocean. Norman chroniclers of the 12th century wrote of Lyonesse as established fact, not fantasy. They described a kingdom connected to Cornwall by a narrow causeway, fertile lands dotted with villages, and a ruling class that intermarried with Cornish nobility. The historical record treats it with the same matter-of-fact tone used for discussing Devon or Somerset. Then there's the Trevelyan family seal, which has depicted a horse rising from waves for over 8 centuries. Family tradition holds that their ancestor escaped the drowning of Lyonesse on horseback, racing the advancing waters to safety on Cornish shores. The image seems oddly specific for a purely symbolic choice. Modern oceanographic surveys have revealed the seabed between Cornwall and Scilly contains features that oceanographers struggle to explain through natural processes alone. Regular geometric patterns in the sand, linear arrangements of stones, and what appear to be field boundaries preserved in sediment layers dating to medieval times. Dr. Margaret Holsworth, a marine geologist who has studied the area for 30 years, documented these anomalies in her 2018 survey. Her sonar readings show structures that follow consistent 90-degree angles, a pattern that suggests human organization rather than natural formation. When pressed about potential explanations, she remains diplomatically neutral, noting only that the seafloor topology presents several features that warrant further investigation. The Celtic Sea in this region averages just 18 meters in depth, shallow enough for significant structures to survive submersion. Medieval building techniques, particularly the dry stone construction common in Cornwall, could theoretically preserve recognizable shapes for centuries under these conditions. Local fishing crews report unusual catches in the area, fragments of worked timber, pieces of metal that appear deliberately shaped, and stones that seem to have been quarried and fitted together. These artifacts surface sporadically, usually during storms that disturb the seafloor, then disappear into private collections before marine archaeologists can examine them properly. The timing of Lyonesse's supposed destruction aligns with documented historical events. The 11th century saw significant seismic activity along the Atlantic coast, with chroniclers in Ireland, Wales, and Brittany recording unusual tidal surges and coastal flooding. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle mentions great waters overwhelming land in the southwest during this period. Climate data suggests the medieval warm period brought higher sea levels to the region, making coastal submersion more plausible than it would seem today. Combined with potential seismic activity, the conditions existed for rapid, catastrophic flooding of low-lying areas. The Cornish language preserves curious fragments that seem to reference this vanished kingdom. Place names and family surnames contain elements that don't correspond to any known locations in modern Cornwall, yet follow consistent linguistic patterns. Professor Catherine Jenkin, of the Celtic Studies Department at Exeter University, has identified over 30 such orphan toponyms in historical documents. Archaeological evidence from the Isles of Scilly shows that sea levels rose dramatically during the medieval period, submerging causeways and settlements that had existed for centuries. If similar changes occurred in the deeper waters toward the mainland, entire communities could have vanished beneath the waves. The most intriguing aspect of the lioness legend lies in its resistance to both complete verification and total dismissal. Unlike other lost land myths that place their subjects in literally impossible locations, everything about lioness exists within the realm of geological and archaeological possibility. Modern attempts to locate definitive proof have faced unexpected obstacles. Research permits for the area are notoriously difficult to obtain, with various government agencies citing shipping concerns, environmental protection, and military activities as reasons for restriction. The few authorized surveys have produced tantalizing but inconclusive results. Dr. James Wright, who led a limited archaeological survey in 2019, discovered what he describes as anthropogenic modifications to the seafloor in 3 separate locations. His team found evidence of organized land use, drainage channels, field boundaries, and what appeared to be foundation stones arranged in rectangular patterns. The legend endures because it balances perfectly on the knife's edge between the possible and the proven. In these waters off Cornwall, where medieval chronicles meet modern marine science, the story of lioness continues to whisper from beneath the waves, carrying with it the eternal question of what truths might lie sleeping in the depths, waiting for the right tide to reveal them once more. Submerged Stonehenge in Lake Michigan. In 2007, underwater archaeologist Mark Hawley descended into Lake Michigan's depths, expecting to study shipwrecks. Instead, his sonar equipment revealed something that shouldn't exist in the middle of a great lake, a precise arrangement of stones, 40 feet below the surface, that mirrors the enigmatic circles of Stonehenge. The discovery site sits near Traverse City, where the lake floor drops into surprising depths. Hawley's team initially dismissed the sonar readings as geological noise. Rock formations scatter across lake bottoms naturally, after all. But when divers finally reached the site, they found something that defied easy explanation. Large granite boulders, some weighing several tons, arranged in a careful pattern that spoke of human intention rather than glacial accident. The stones form a circle, approximately 40 feet in diameter. Unlike the chaotic debris field you'd expect from natural processes, these megaliths maintain deliberate spacing. Some stand upright, others have toppled, but their original positions remain discernible. The arrangement bears striking similarities to stone circles found across Europe and the British Isles, structures that archaeologists have puzzled over for centuries. What makes this discovery particularly intriguing is its location. Lake Michigan formed roughly 10,000 years ago as retreating glaciers carved out the Great Lakes Basin. The stone circle sits at a depth that would have been dry land during the lake's early formation, when water levels remained significantly lower than today. This timeline creates a narrow window when human activity could have occurred at the site. Carbon dating of organic material found near the stones suggests human presence in the area around 9,000 years ago. This places the potential construction during the Archaic period, when indigenous peoples across North America were developing sophisticated tool technologies and complex social structures. Yet the engineering required to move and position these massive stones challenges our understanding of what these ancient peoples could accomplish. One particular stone captured researchers' attention above all others. Carved into its surface, they found what appears to be a mastodon petroglyph. The image shows a creature with a long trunk and tusks, unmistakably elephant-like in appearance. Mastodons roamed the Great Lakes region until roughly 10,000 years ago, creating another temporal anchor for the site's potential age. The mastodon carving raises profound questions about the relationship between the stone circle and the people who created it. Did they witness these massive creatures before their extinction? Was the carving ceremonial, commemorative, or simply documentary? The image provides a tantalizing glimpse into a vanished world where humans and megafauna coexisted in what is now Michigan's peaceful lakeland. Academic skepticism surrounds the site, as it should. Some researchers argue that natural processes could explain the stone arrangement. Glacial action, they suggest, might have deposited the boulders in patterns that merely appear intentional. Ice movement can create surprisingly organized debris fields, and pareidolia, our tendency to see patterns where none exist, might be influencing interpretation of the site. Others question the mastodon carving's authenticity. Underwater environments can create erosion patterns that mimic deliberate markings. Without extensive analysis, distinguishing between natural wear and human artistry becomes nearly impossible. The scientific community remains divided, with some embracing the discovery's implications, while others demand more rigorous proof. The logistics of construction present another puzzle. Moving multi-ton stones requires sophisticated engineering and considerable manpower. Archaeological evidence suggests that archaic period peoples possessed advanced knowledge of lever systems, rollers, and coordinated labor. Similar stone circles across North America, like those found in New Hampshire and Vermont, demonstrate that such projects weren't beyond their capabilities. Cultural parallels exist across the ancient world. Stone circles appear in contexts spanning from Scotland's Orkney Islands to Jordan's desert landscapes. These structures often served astronomical, ceremonial, or territorial purposes. The Michigan stones align with certain celestial events, suggesting their builders possessed sophisticated understanding of seasonal cycles and star movements. Indigenous oral traditions from the Great Lakes region speak of ancient peoples who possessed great building knowledge. These stories, passed down through generations, describe massive construction projects and sophisticated understanding of stone working. While connecting these traditions directly to the Lake Michigan Circle remains speculative, they provide cultural context for such ambitious undertakings. The site's preservation presents ongoing challenges. Lake Michigan's waters protect the stones from surface weathering, but human activity poses increasing threats. Recreational divers, drawn by the site's mystery, sometimes disturb the careful arrangements. Researchers advocate for protected status, similar to underwater archaeological preserves that safeguard shipwrecks and other submerged cultural resources. Modern technology offers new possibilities for understanding the site. Advanced sonar mapping, underwater photogrammetry, and remote sensing techniques could reveal details invisible to conventional diving surveys. Some researchers propose comprehensive archaeological excavation, carefully removing sediment to expose the stone's full extent and search for additional artifacts. The discovery's implications extend beyond archaeology into broader questions about North American prehistory. If the stone circle proves definitively human-made, it represents sophisticated engineering capabilities among indigenous peoples thousands of years before European contact. This challenges lingering misconceptions about pre-Columbian technological achievements and adds another layer to the rich tapestry of ancient American cultures. Regardless of its ultimate interpretation, the Lake Michigan stone circle represents something profound about human curiosity and our drive to create enduring monuments. Whether built by ancient peoples seeking to mark astronomical events, establish territorial boundaries, or honor spiritual beliefs, the site connects us to fundamental human impulses that transcend time and culture. The stones rest quietly beneath Lake Michigan's surface, holding their secrets in the cold, dark water. Each diving survey reveals new details, while raising fresh questions. The site reminds us that even in familiar landscapes, mysteries persist, waiting for patient investigation and open minds to unlock their meanings. Somewhere in those depths, ancient intentions rest preserved in stone, challenging our assumptions about the past and inviting us to reconsider what we think we know about the peoples who called this region home long before history began, keeping written records. Cuban underwater megaliths. Off the western coast of Cuba, where the Caribbean Sea plunges into an underwater canyon, sonar readings in 2001 revealed something that shouldn't exist. Massive stone structures, geometrically precise, arranged in patterns that mirror city blocks, lying beneath 2,000 feet of water. The discovery came during a routine survey by Advanced Digital Communications, a Canadian company mapping the ocean floor. Their deep-sea equipment detected what appeared to be pyramids, roads, and rectangular buildings covering an area of several square miles. The formations were so regular, so architectural, that the initial response was disbelief. Paulina Zalitsky, the marine engineer who first analyzed the sonar data, spent weeks checking and rechecking the readings. The structures appeared to be made of smooth, cut stone blocks, some as large as modern buildings. Their arrangement suggested urban planning on a massive scale, a city that would have required advanced engineering to construct. The implications were staggering. If these were artificial structures, they would have been built when the area was above sea level. but geological evidence suggests this region has been underwater for at least 50,000 years, long before conventional history places any advanced civilization in the Americas. When the findings were presented to the Cuban government, they immediately classified the site and restricted access. Only a handful of researchers have been permitted to study the formations, and their conclusions remain largely unpublished. The few images released show what appear to be stepped pyramids and long, straight pathways cutting through the ocean floor. Dr. Manuel Iturralde, a respected Cuban geologist, examined the evidence and made a cautious statement that would haunt the archaeological community. He confirmed that the structures appeared artificial, but noted that if they were man-made, they would represent a civilization far more advanced than anything known from that time period. The depth of the structures presents another puzzle. At 2,000 feet below the surface, the formations exist in a realm of perpetual darkness and crushing pressure. The water temperature hovers just above freezing, and the environment is hostile to most forms of life. Yet the structures show remarkably little erosion, as if they were somehow protected from the usual forces of underwater decay. Remote-operated vehicles sent to investigate have captured footage of what appears to be hieroglyphic writing on some of the stone surfaces. The symbols don't match any known ancient script, adding another layer to the mystery. Some researchers have suggested connections to Mayan or Aztec writing systems, but the differences are too significant to establish any clear link. The positioning of the structures follows patterns that suggest sophisticated planning. The larger pyramidal formations are aligned with precise geometric relationships to smaller buildings, creating what appears to be ceremonial or administrative districts. Straight paths connect different areas, and some researchers have identified what might be harbors or docking areas along the edges of the complex. Carbon dating of organic material found within the structures has yielded conflicting results. Some samples suggest an age of 6,000 years, while others point to much older origins. The inconsistency has frustrated researchers and fueled speculation about the true nature of the site. Local Cuban fishermen have known about unusual formations in the area for generations. They speak of places where their nets would catch on strange rectangular objects far below the surface. Some describe seeing perfectly straight lines on the ocean floor during unusually clear conditions. These accounts, long dismissed as folklore, now seem to corroborate the scientific findings. The Cuban government's secrecy surrounding the site has only deepened the mystery. Official statements have been minimal, and researchers who have studied the formations are notably reluctant to discuss their findings publicly. Some have suggested that the implications of the discovery are too significant to release without careful consideration of the impact on historical understanding. Independent analysis of the available sonar data has revealed additional details that weren't initially apparent. The structures appear to be built from megalithic blocks, similar to those found at famous ancient sites like Pumapunku in Bolivia or the foundations of Baalbek in Lebanon. The precision of the construction suggests advanced knowledge of engineering and stonework. The discovery has drawn comparisons to other underwater archaeological sites, but the Cuban formations are unique in their scale and depth. Unlike coastal ruins that gradually sank due to rising sea levels, these structures exist in what appears to have been a deep-water environment for millennia. Some researchers have proposed that the site might represent evidence of a previously unknown advanced civilization that existed before the last ice age. The theory suggests that dramatic changes in sea level could have submerged entire populations, leaving only traces like these megalithic structures. The few high-resolution images available show construction techniques that seem beyond the capabilities of known ancient American civilizations. The stone blocks are fitted together with precision that rivals the finest examples of ancient masonry. Some joints between blocks are so tight that they appear to have been created using advanced cutting tools. Ocean currents in the area create conditions that would naturally preserve stone structures, but the lack of significant marine growth on the formations is unusual. Most underwater archaeological sites show extensive colonization by sea life, yet these structures appear relatively clean and well preserved. The geometry of the site suggests it was designed as a unified complex rather than a collection of individual buildings. The proportions and alignments follow mathematical principles that indicate sophisticated understanding of engineering and possibly astronomy. Recent attempts to organize new expeditions to the site have been unsuccessful. The Cuban government continues to restrict access, and international researchers have been unable to secure permission for detailed study. The few scientists who have examined the structures remain bound by agreements that limit their ability to share information. The Cuban underwater megaliths represent one of the most intriguing archaeological mysteries of our time. They challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations, raise questions about advanced pre-Columbian cultures, and suggest that significant historical sites may lie hidden beneath the world's oceans. The formations continue to rest in their underwater tomb, guarded by government secrecy and the natural barriers of depth and pressure. Whether they represent the remains of a lost civilization, evidence of unknown geological processes, or something else entirely, remains one of the ocean's most compelling unsolved mysteries. The mystery of the Devil's Sea. In September 1955, the research vessel Shinto Maru departed from Tokyo Bay with a simple mission: study the waters east of Japan for potential fishing grounds. Neither the vessel nor its crew of 22 ever returned. The Japanese Coast Guard launched an extensive search, dispatching multiple ships and aircraft across thousands of square miles of ocean. They found nothing: no debris, no distress signals, no trace that the Shinto Maru had ever existed beyond the harbor master's departure log. What makes this disappearance particularly unsettling is its location. The Shinto Maru vanished within a triangular area of the Pacific Ocean that Japanese fishermen have whispered about for centuries, a region they call Mano Umi, the Sea of the Devil. This stretch of water, roughly bounded by Japan, Taiwan, and Guam, spans nearly 750,000 square miles of seemingly ordinary ocean. Yet within its boundaries, dozens of vessels have simply stopped existing. Ships equipped with modern navigation systems, experienced crews familiar with these waters, and robust communication equipment have entered this area and never emerged. The parallels to the infamous Bermuda Triangle are impossible to ignore, yet the Devil's Sea carries its own distinct character of mystery. The Japanese Maritime Safety Agency maintains detailed records of vessel movements in these waters, a practice dating back to the Meiji era. Their archives reveal a pattern that defies statistical probability. Between 1950 and 1980, at least 47 vessels disappeared without trace in this region, a rate nearly 3 times higher than comparable areas of the Pacific. These weren't small fishing boats caught in unexpected storms, but substantial commercial vessels, research ships, and military craft. Dr. Hiroshi Takuchi, a marine meteorologist who spent 30 years studying Pacific weather patterns, examined the climatological data surrounding these disappearances. His findings, published in the Journal of Oceanic Research in 1979, presented a troubling conclusion. The weather conditions during most vanishing incidents were unremarkable. Clear skies, moderate seas, and normal atmospheric pressure readings offered no explanation for the sudden loss of vessels. The most thoroughly documented case occurred in 1973, when the cargo ship Nishin Maru reported its position as being within normal shipping lanes, approximately 200 miles southeast of Tokyo. The radio operator maintained regular contact with coastal stations, transmitting routine position reports every 4 hours. At 2:47 a.m., the operator began what appeared to be a standard transmission. "This is Nishin Maru, position 33 degrees north, 142 degrees east, maintaining course." The message ended mid-sentence. All subsequent attempts to establish contact failed. A joint search operation involving the Japanese Coast Guard, U.S. Navy, and commercial vessels combed the area for 11 days. They discovered something that investigators found more disturbing than finding nothing at all: a single life preserver bearing the ship's name, floating in perfectly calm waters. The preserver showed no signs of damage, no indication of fire, collision, or violent weather. It simply existed, alone in the vast blue, as if placed there deliberately. Traditional Japanese folklore offers explanations that modern science struggles to rationalize. Ancient texts speak of Yamatano Orochi, an 8-headed, 8-tailed serpent dwelling in the deepest trenches of the Pacific. Edo period scrolls describe vast underwater palaces where dragon kings hold court, occasionally rising to claim offerings from the surface world. These aren't mere fairy tales to the fishing communities along Japan's eastern coast. They're warnings passed down through generations who have witnessed the sea's inexplicable behavior. Kenji Nakamura, whose family has fished these waters for over 400 years, shared his grandfather's journals with researchers in 1981. The handwritten entries, dating from 1923, describe encounters that challenge conventional understanding of marine life. The water glowed green beneath our boat. One entry reads, "Fish swam in perfect spirals, as if following invisible currents." The compass spun wildly, pointing in all directions. We returned to port immediately, though we could not explain why we felt such urgency. Modern electronic equipment failures represent another persistent mystery in the Devil's Sea. GPS systems malfunction, displaying impossible coordinates that place vessels hundreds of miles from their actual positions. Radar screens show phantom islands that appear and disappear within minutes. Radio communications experience inexplicable interference, not static or atmospheric disturbance, but complex patterns that some observers describe as almost musical in nature. The geological characteristics of the seafloor beneath the Devil's Sea add another layer of intrigue. The region sits atop the intersection of three major tectonic plates, creating what geologists call a triple junction, one of the most seismically active areas on Earth. Underwater mountain ranges rise from depths exceeding 20,000 feet, their peaks still thousands of feet beneath the surface. These submerged landscapes create complex current patterns and magnetic anomalies that could theoretically affect navigation systems. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a marine geophysicist from the University of California, led a research expedition to the Devil's Sea in 1992. Her team documented magnetic field variations of unprecedented intensity, fluctuations that exceeded normal Earth readings by factors of 10 or more. The magnetic signature changes randomly, she noted in her expedition report. "We recorded readings that shouldn't be possible without the presence of massive metallic objects beneath the seafloor." The volcanic activity in this region adds another dimension to the mystery. Underwater volcanoes, some previously unknown to science, dot the seafloor like sleeping giants. These geological features can create sudden changes in water temperature, unexpected currents, and the release of gases that could theoretically affect a vessel's buoyancy. Yet none of these natural phenomena adequately explain the complete disappearance of large ships without any debris field. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of the Devil's Sea mystery lies in the testimonies of those who have sailed through it and returned. Captain Takeshi Yamamoto, who navigated these waters for 23 years before his retirement, describes experiences that defy rational explanation. "Time moves differently there," he told researchers in 1987. "A journey that should take 6 hours stretches to 10, or compresses into 3. The sun appears to move backward across the sky. Your instruments tell you one thing, but your eyes witness another." The Devil's Sea continues to challenge our understanding of oceanic phenomena. Each investigation raises more questions than answers. Each theory creates new mysteries to unravel. The waters remain as enigmatic today as they were to the ancient fishermen who first whispered warnings about Mano Umi, the Sea of the Devil. Dragon's Triangle disappearances. Between 1952 and 1954, 9 ships vanished completely within a triangular patch of ocean southeast of Japan. No distress signals, no debris fields, no survivors to tell their stories. The Japanese Maritime Safety Agency launched extensive investigations, deployed search vessels, and consulted oceanographic experts. They found nothing but empty water where fully loaded cargo ships had sailed just hours before. This region, known as the Dragon's Triangle or Mano Umi, the Devil's Sea, has claimed vessels and aircraft for centuries. Unlike its more famous Atlantic cousin, the Dragon's Triangle operates in relative obscurity, its mysteries hidden within the vast expanse of the Pacific. Yet those who study maritime anomalies consider it equally, if not more dangerous. The triangle's boundaries stretch roughly from Japan to the Philippines, encompassing waters that should be familiar and well-traveled. These aren't remote polar seas or storm-ravaged passages. Ships carrying routine cargo, fishing vessels returning from successful voyages, and military aircraft on standard patrol routes have all disappeared without explanation within this zone. Captain Yuki Tanaka, a veteran of 40 years navigating these waters, describes the triangle's unsettling nature. The compass needle would spin wildly, then stop pointing in directions that made no sense. Radio communications would cut out completely, even on clear days with perfect visibility. Sometimes the water itself seemed wrong, too still, too dark, like it was deeper than it should be. The disappearances follow patterns that defy conventional maritime disaster explanations. Weather conditions remained calm during many vanishings. No underwater earthquakes or volcanic activity preceded the losses. Aircraft disappearing mid-flight reported normal conditions right up until their final transmissions. The lack of wreckage particularly puzzles investigators, as even catastrophic explosions typically leave some evidence behind. Dr. Hiroshi Nakamura, who spent decades studying the triangle's geological characteristics, documented unusual magnetic readings throughout the region. His research team detected magnetic anomalies that shifted position and intensity without apparent cause. We would record specific readings at coordinates, return 3 days later, and find completely different magnetic signatures, he explained in his 1987 research notes. It was as if the seafloor itself was changing. The triangle's reputation extends beyond modern shipping incidents. Historical records from the Kamakura period describe fishing fleets that sailed into cursed waters and never returned. Portuguese traders in the 16th century noted entire sections of ocean where wind patterns behaved unpredictably and compasses failed. These accounts, dismissed for centuries as maritime folklore, now appear more credible given modern disappearances. Local fishing communities maintain traditional warnings about specific areas within the triangle. Elderly fishermen speak of waters where the sea breathes differently and where fish refuse to swim. These zones, passed down through generations of oral tradition, often correspond precisely with modern disappearance sites. The consistency of these warnings across different islands and fishing communities suggests genuine environmental phenomena rather than shared superstition. The 1950s disappearances prompted the Japanese government to classify the entire region as a danger zone, similar to official recognition of the Bermuda Triangle. However, this designation was quietly removed from official maritime warnings in 1971, leading to speculation about political pressure from shipping companies or international maritime organizations. Some researchers propose geological explanations for the triangle's anomalies. The region sits above multiple tectonic fault lines, creating potential for underwater landslides or sudden depth changes. Methane hydrate deposits on the sea floor could theoretically create gas bubbles that reduce water density, causing ships to lose buoyancy and sink rapidly. However, these theories fail to explain aircraft disappearances or the complete absence of wreckage. Electromagnetic explanations offer another scientific avenue. The Dragon's Triangle lies within a zone where Earth's magnetic field exhibits unusual behavior. Solar activity interacting with these magnetic anomalies could potentially interfere with navigation equipment and radio communications. Yet electromagnetic disturbances powerful enough to cause complete vessel disappearances would likely affect nearby shipping routes as well, which doesn't match observational evidence. More controversial theories suggest time-space distortions within the triangle. Dr. Masaki Kimura's research team documented incidents where aircraft reported traveling significantly longer distances than their fuel consumption indicated. Radio operators have logged transmissions that appeared to originate from missing vessels, broadcasting on frequencies that were already outdated when the ships originally disappeared. The triangle's mysteries extend beyond simple disappearances. Vessels that successfully traverse the region sometimes report temporal anomalies, clocks running differently, navigation calculations that don't match elapsed time, or radio signals from stations that ceased broadcasting years earlier. These reports, while impossible to verify independently, come from experienced mariners with no apparent motivation for fabrication. Modern satellite surveillance and GPS tracking have provided new data about the triangle's behavior. Ships equipped with automatic identification systems have transmitted location data that places them simultaneously at multiple coordinates within the triangle. These electronic anomalies occur too frequently to dismiss as equipment malfunctions, suggesting environmental factors that interfere with satellite communications. The Dragon's Triangle continues claiming vessels into the 21st century, though modern incidents receive less publicity than historical disappearances. A Japanese research vessel studying whale migration patterns lost contact while traversing the triangle in 2004. A cargo ship carrying electronics from Taiwan to Tokyo reported navigation failures before vanishing in 2011. Each incident follows similar patterns: normal conditions, sudden communication loss, and complete disappearance without debris. Unlike the Bermuda Triangle's popular mythology, the Dragon's Triangle remains largely unknown outside maritime circles. This obscurity allows for more serious scientific investigation without sensationalist interference. Research stations throughout the region continue monitoring magnetic fields, water temperatures, and atmospheric conditions, hoping to identify the environmental factors responsible for these disappearances. The triangle's greatest mystery may be its selectivity. Thousands of vessels traverse these waters safely each year, while others vanish without apparent reason. Understanding why some ships disappear while others pass through unharmed could provide crucial insights into this maritime enigma. Tonight, as cargo ships and fishing vessels navigate these waters, their crews remain alert for signs of the anomalies that have claimed so many before them. The Dragon's Triangle waits beneath the surface, its secrets hidden in depths that technology still struggles to fully comprehend. The secret structures of Pavlopetri. The waters off southern Greece guard something extraordinary, a city so perfectly preserved that marine archaeologists initially questioned whether they were looking at natural rock formations or the remnants of human civilization. When Dr. John Henderson first dove down to examine what local fishermen had been calling ancient ruins, he found himself swimming through Bronze Age streets that had remained untouched for over 3,000 years. Pavlopetri rests in just 4 meters of water, close enough to the surface that sunlight still filters down through its ancient pathways. The city spans 15 acres of seafloor, making it not only the oldest known submerged settlement, but also one of the most complete underwater archaeological sites ever discovered. What makes this find particularly unsettling is how intact everything remains, as if the inhabitants simply vanished, leaving their world frozen in time beneath the waves. The structures themselves defy easy explanation. Rectangular building foundations stretch in organized patterns, connected by what can only be described as a sophisticated street system. Courtyards, rooms, and even what appears to be a complex drainage network suggest a level of urban planning that challenges our understanding of Bronze Age capabilities. The precision of the layout indicates this wasn't a simple fishing village, but a thriving port city with the infrastructure to support substantial maritime trade. Carbon dating places Pavlopetri's occupation between 2800 and 1100 BCE, making it contemporary with the rise and fall of the Minoan civilization. Yet the architectural techniques displayed here don't match known Minoan construction methods. The buildings show influences from multiple cultures, as if Pavlopetri served as a meeting point for civilizations we're only beginning to understand. Stone anchors scattered throughout the site confirm its importance as a harbor, but the sheer number suggests maritime activity on a scale that seems impossible for the time period. What truly puzzles researchers is the city's state of preservation. Most underwater archaeological sites show signs of gradual submersion, layers of sediment, collapsed structures, evidence of rising sea levels over time. Pavlopetri shows none of these typical markers. Instead, the buildings appear to have been submerged rapidly, possibly during a single catastrophic event. The lack of significant structural damage suggests the city wasn't destroyed by warfare or earthquake, but simply disappeared beneath the waves. Dr. Henderson's team has identified at least 60 individual structures within the main settlement area, but sonar mapping reveals the site extends far beyond what's been excavated. Geometric patterns on the seafloor suggest the explored portion represents only a fraction of the original city. The implications are staggering. If Pavlopetri was this extensive, it would have been one of the largest urban centers of the Bronze Age Mediterranean. The artifacts recovered paint a picture of remarkable sophistication. Pottery fragments show trade connections spanning the known ancient world, from Egypt to Anatolia. Bronze tools display craftsmanship that wouldn't look out of place in much later civilizations. Most intriguingly, several stone tablets bear inscriptions in scripts that don't match any known Bronze Age writing system. The symbols appear to be administrative in nature, suggesting Pavlopetri had developed its own bureaucratic language. Recent underwater surveys have revealed something even more mysterious. Arranged in perfect geometric patterns around the main settlement are circular stone structures that serve no apparent architectural purpose. These rings, some measuring up to 10 meters in diameter, are built from carefully fitted stones that show no signs of weathering, Their placement follows astronomical alignments that suggest they served as some form of calendar or ceremonial markers. The precision required to construct these underwater monuments implies the city planners possessed mathematical knowledge that supposedly wouldn't emerge in Greece for another 1,000 years. The question of how Pavlopetri became submerged remains hotly debated. Sea level changes since the Bronze Age aren't sufficient to explain the city's current depth. Geological surveys show no evidence of major tectonic activity in the area. Some researchers propose a massive tsunami, but the buildings show no signs of water damage that would accompany such an event. The city appears to have simply sunk beneath the waves, as if the very ground beneath it gave way. Local Greek fishermen have long spoken of strange phenomena around the Pavlopetri site. They describe unusually clear water that seems to amplify sound, allowing voices to carry impossible distances underwater. Several divers report an eerie acoustic effect. Speaking or tapping on metal equipment produces echoes that seem to come from beneath the seafloor, as if the city extends down into chambers that haven't been discovered yet. The preservation of organic materials at Pavlopetri defies conventional archaeology. Wooden beams, rope fragments, and even leather goods remain intact in the saltwater environment. This exceptional preservation has allowed researchers to reconstruct daily life in the ancient city with unprecedented detail. Evidence suggests the inhabitants were skilled in metallurgy, textile production, and navigation techniques that weren't supposed to exist in the Bronze Age Aegean. Perhaps most unsettling is what the city reveals about Bronze Age knowledge of the sea. The harbor installations show understanding of tidal patterns, wave action, and seasonal weather that suggests centuries of accumulated maritime wisdom. Harbor walls are positioned to protect against storm surges from specific directions, indicating the builders possessed detailed knowledge of Mediterranean weather patterns. The sophistication of these installations rivals those found at much later Greek and Roman ports. As research continues, Pavlopetri challenges fundamental assumptions about Bronze Age civilization. The city's urban planning, technological capabilities, and sudden disappearance beneath the waves suggest our understanding of ancient Mediterranean cultures remains incomplete. The silent streets that once bustled with Bronze Age life now serve as a reminder that the sea holds secrets we're only beginning to comprehend. The ancient stones of Pavlopetri rest in their watery silence, preserving mysteries that may reshape our understanding of human civilization. Each dive reveals new questions about who these people were, what they knew, and why their remarkable city now lies beneath the waves of the Mediterranean, waiting for answers that may never come. The Egypt's sunken city of Heracleion. For over 1,000 years, the great city of Heracleion existed only in the writings of ancient historians, until a chance discovery in 2000 proved that sometimes the impossible lies sleeping just beneath the surface. When French marine archaeologist Franck Gaudiot was searching for Napoleon's lost fleet off the coast of Alexandria, his sonar equipment detected something far more extraordinary. Massive stone structures, colossal statues, and the remnants of an entire civilization lay scattered across the Mediterranean seafloor. What he had found wasn't a shipwreck, it was a city that had been dismissed by many scholars as nothing more than legend. Heracleion, known to the Greeks as Thonis, had been Egypt's most important port city for centuries. Ancient texts described it as a magnificent gateway to the Nile, where Cleopatra was crowned, where Helen of Troy and Paris sought refuge, and where colossal temples rose from the delta waters. Yet for over 1,200 years, no trace of this supposedly great metropolis had ever been found. The city's rediscovery revealed something remarkable about our understanding of ancient Egypt. Here, lying in just 30 feet of water, were granite statues standing over 16 feet tall, their faces still clearly defined after more than a millennium underwater. Temple foundations stretched across the seafloor, their massive stone blocks arranged with the precision that defined Egyptian architecture. Golden jewelry, bronze vessels, and religious artifacts emerged from the Mediterranean silt as if the city had been frozen in time. What makes Heracleion particularly fascinating is how it challenges our assumptions about ancient coastal civilizations. The city wasn't destroyed by war or abandoned gradually. Physical evidence suggests it simply sank. Entire neighborhoods, complete with their streets and buildings, lie preserved beneath the waves. The positioning of artifacts indicates that daily life continued normally, until the moment the Mediterranean claimed everything. The scale of what lies beneath the surface continues to astound researchers. The underwater excavations have revealed a city that was far larger and more sophisticated than ancient texts suggested. Temple complexes dedicated to Amun-Gareb, the supreme god of Egypt, stretch across areas the size of modern city blocks. Harbor installations, with their massive anchorage stones still in place, demonstrate an understanding of maritime engineering that rivals anything built in the ancient world. Perhaps most intriguingly, the discovery has revealed the multicultural nature of this lost civilization. Greek and Egyptian artifacts lie side by side, evidence of the cultural exchange that made Heraklion one of the ancient world's most cosmopolitan cities. Inscriptions in both hieroglyphic and Greek script tell the same stories, as if the city existed as a bridge between two great civilizations. The mystery deepens when you examine how the city met its end. Geological evidence suggests that a combination of earthquakes, rising sea levels, and soil liquefaction caused the entire city to slide into the Mediterranean over several centuries. Yet the preservation is so complete that archaeologists have found leather sandals, wooden ship hulls, and even ancient ropes still intact on the seafloor. What's particularly striking is how much of Heraklion remains unexplored. 20 years after its discovery, archaeologists estimate they've uncovered less than 5% of the city. Sonar mapping reveals structures extending far beyond the current excavation sites, suggesting that the true scale of this underwater metropolis may be even more remarkable than imagined. The city's religious significance adds another layer to its mystery. Ancient texts describe Heraklion as the place where Hercules first set foot in Egypt, giving the city its name. The underwater excavations have revealed evidence of this connection, with statues and temple decorations depicting the legendary hero. Whether this represents historical fact or mythological symbolism remains an open question. The preservation conditions in the Mediterranean have created an underwater time capsule, unlike anything found on land. Organic materials that would have decomposed long ago in Egypt's dry climate remain intact beneath the waves. Wooden sculptures, papyrus fragments, and even ancient food offerings have been recovered from the seafloor, providing insights into daily life that no terrestrial site could offer. What's most remarkable about Heraklion is how it forces us to reconsider the relationship between ancient civilizations and the sea. This wasn't a coastal settlement that happened to flood. It was a city built on water, with canals, harbors, and artificial islands that made it one of the ancient world's most sophisticated maritime centers. The engineering required to create such a city suggests capabilities that we're only beginning to understand. The ongoing excavations continue to yield discoveries that challenge conventional archaeological thinking. Recent finds include a ceremonial boat over 60 feet long, temple precincts that rival anything found in mainland Egypt, and evidence of industrial activities that made Heraklion a manufacturing center as well as a port. Yet perhaps the most profound mystery is what other cities might be waiting beneath the waves. If Heraklion could remain hidden for over a millennium despite being described in ancient texts, what other civilizations might be sleeping beneath the world's oceans? The discovery suggests that our understanding of ancient coastal civilizations may be fundamentally incomplete. The city beneath the Mediterranean continues to reveal its secrets slowly, one artifact at a time. Each dive, each carefully excavated temple stone, each recovered statue adds another piece to a puzzle that grows more complex with every discovery. Heraklion reminds us that the past is not as distant as we imagine. Sometimes it's just waiting patiently beneath the surface, preserved in the deep blue silence of the sea. The waters off Alexandria hold more than just the remnants of a lost city. They hold the promise that history's greatest mysteries might be found not in dusty archives or desert excavations, but in the depths where time moves differently, where the impossible becomes preserved reality. Enigma of the Gulf of Cambay ruins. When marine archaeologists descended into the murky waters of India's Gulf of Cambay in 2001, their sonar equipment detected something that would fundamentally challenge everything we thought we knew about human civilization. Beneath 20 meters of sediment and seawater lay the remnants of what appeared to be a massive city, carbon dated to 9,500 years old. That date should raise immediate questions. The oldest known civilization, according to conventional archaeology, emerged around 5,500 years ago. Yet here, off the coast of Gujarat, India, lay structures that predated Mesopotamia by nearly 4 millennia. The discovery began almost by accident. The National Institute of Ocean Technology was conducting routine pollution studies when their side-scan sonar picked up geometric patterns along the seafloor. What they found defied explanation: organized stone structures stretching across 9 kilometers of ocean floor, arranged in what could only be described as urban planning. Dr. S.R. Rao, the marine archaeologist who led the expedition, retrieved artifacts that would spark decades of debate: pottery shards, beads, fossilized human remains, but most troubling of all, a piece of wood that carbon dating placed at 9,500 years old. The implications were staggering. If accurate, this discovery would rewrite the timeline of human civilization entirely. It would mean that while most of human history tells us our ancestors were still hunting and gathering, somewhere in the Arabian Sea, a sophisticated society was building cities. But the scientific community wasn't ready to accept such a radical revision. Critics argued that the carbon dating was flawed, that the wood sample could have been contaminated by older organic material. Others suggested the structures were merely natural rock formations, shaped by millennia of ocean currents into patterns that only appeared artificial. Yet the evidence kept mounting. Side-scan sonar revealed what appeared to be stepwells, granaries, and residential complexes. The layout suggested urban planning on a scale that shouldn't have existed for thousands of years. Acoustic sub-bottom profiler readings showed that these weren't random rock formations. They were deliberately constructed buildings, now buried under layers of marine sediment. The mystery deepened when researchers examined the geological context. The Gulf of Cambay sits at the mouth of the Tapti and Narmada rivers, areas that would have been fertile river valleys during the last ice age. Sea levels were 120 meters lower then. What is now underwater would have been prime real estate for early civilizations. This coincided with ancient Indian texts that spoke of Dwarka, the legendary city of Lord Krishna, which was said to have been swallowed by the sea. Local fishermen had always claimed their nets occasionally brought up worked stones and pottery from the depths. What had been dismissed as folklore suddenly demanded scientific attention. The National Institute of Ocean Technology conducted multiple expeditions, each revealing more puzzling details. They found what appeared to be a dock structure, sophisticated enough to handle large vessels. They discovered channels that suggested planned drainage systems. Most intriguingly, they found evidence of what might have been a massive wall or embankment, possibly built to protect the city from rising waters. But accessing the site presented enormous challenges. The Gulf of Cambay is one of the most treacherous diving environments in the world. The water is murky with sediment, visibility rarely exceeds 2 meters, and strong currents make underwater work extremely dangerous. Each dive could yield only minutes of useful exploration time. The few artifacts that were successfully retrieved told a story of remarkable sophistication. Pottery showed evidence of advanced firing techniques. Beads were perfectly drilled and polished. Stone tools displayed craftsmanship that suggested a mature technological tradition. This wasn't a primitive settlement, it was the work of a fully developed civilization. Yet the dating remained controversial. Multiple carbon-14 tests on different organic materials all pointed to the same time period, roughly 9,500 years ago. This placed the Gulf of Cambay ruins at the end of the last ice age, a time when massive climate changes were reshaping the world's coastlines. The coincidence was remarkable. As the ice sheets melted and sea levels rose, cities that had flourished during the Ice Age would have been gradually submerged. The Gulf of Cambay ruins weren't just ancient, they were evidence of a civilization that had been lost to one of the most dramatic environmental changes in human history. Some researchers began connecting the Gulf of Cambay discovery to similar underwater findings around the world. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument presented equally puzzling evidence of prehistoric construction. Near Malta, underwater temples seemed to predate known Mediterranean civilizations. A pattern was emerging, one that suggested advanced societies existed far earlier than conventional archaeology accepted. The Indian government commissioned additional studies, but bureaucratic delays and funding constraints limited the scope of investigation. International collaboration was proposed, but territorial waters and archaeological patrimony laws complicated access for foreign researchers. The site remained largely unexplored, its secrets locked beneath layers of sediment and politics. Meanwhile, the few scientists who had studied the ruins continued to grapple with their implications. If the Gulf of Cambay City was real, it meant that human civilization had achieved urban sophistication during the Mesolithic period, a time when humans were supposedly still developing basic agriculture. The discovery also raised questions about what other cities might lie beneath the world's oceans. Continental shelves around the globe had been above water during the Ice Age. If one sophisticated civilization had existed along ancient coastlines, how many others had been lost to rising seas? Today, the Gulf of Cambay ruins remain one of archaeology's most contentious discoveries. The site is largely inaccessible, the dating is disputed, and the implications are too radical for mainstream acceptance. Yet the evidence persists: sonar images of geometric structures, carbon-dated artifacts, and the haunting possibility that our understanding of human history is incomplete. Perhaps most unsettling is the realization that if such a civilization could vanish so completely, leaving only traces detectable by modern technology, what else might be hidden beneath the waves, waiting to challenge everything we think we know about our past? Sunken treasures off Florida's coast. The metal detector's signal pierced through the morning silence on Sebastian Inlet in 1985. But what treasure hunter Carl Fismer pulled from the sand wasn't just another coin, it was a silver piece of 8 bearing the mark of the Nuestra Señora de Atocha, part of a $450 million treasure that had waited beneath Florida's waves for 363 years. Florida's treasure coast earned its name through tragedy and fortune intertwined. Between 1715 and 1733, Spanish treasure fleets carrying the wealth of the New World met their doom against these deceptively beautiful shores. What remains beneath the shifting sands and swaying currents tells a story far more complex than simple shipwrecks and sunken gold. The Spanish treasure fleet system, known as the flota, operated like clockwork for over 2 centuries. Ships would sail from Havana, laden with silver from Potosi, emeralds from Colombia, and gold from across the Americas. The Gulf Stream's powerful current would carry them north along Florida's coast before turning east toward Spain. This natural highway became both their salvation and their curse. On July 30, 1715, 11 ships of the combined fleets departed Havana under Admiral Don Juan Esteban de Ubilla. They sailed directly into what would become known as the 1715 Fleet Hurricane. Within hours, 10 of the 11 vessels lay shattered against the reefs and beaches from present-day Fort Pierce to Cape Canaveral. Over 1,000 souls perished, and an estimated 14 million pesos in treasure vanished beneath the waves. The Spanish immediately launched salvage operations, recovering roughly half the treasure before abandoning their efforts. What they left behind would fuel 3 centuries of treasure hunting, legal battles, and maritime archaeology. But the true mystery lies not in what was lost, but in what continues to be found. Modern treasure hunters like Mel Fisher spent decades searching for the Atocha, following a trail of artifacts that seemed to shift with each storm. Fisher's team would find a few coins here, a silver bar there, but the main treasure remained elusive. The ship's manifest listed 161 pieces of gold, 900 silver ingots, and countless chests of emeralds and jewelry. When Fisher finally located the main pile in 1985, the arrangement of artifacts suggested something far more intriguing than simple hurricane damage. The treasure lay in distinct patterns, almost as if it had been deliberately organized on the seafloor. Silver coins were found in neat stacks, despite having supposedly scattered in violent storm conditions. Gold chains remained perfectly coiled, untouched by the chaos that should have accompanied a shipwreck. Marine archaeologists studying the site discovered that the treasure's distribution defied the expected patterns of hurricane dispersal. Dr. Eugene Lyon, the historian who located the Spanish archives documenting the 1715 fleet, uncovered discrepancies that deepen the mystery. The official Spanish records list certain high-value items that have never been recovered, despite extensive searches. More puzzling, some artifacts found at wreck sites don't match the cargo manifests at all. Gold coins bearing dates after 1715 have been discovered in sealed sections of the wrecks, suggesting either record-keeping errors or something more deliberate. The Santa Margarita, sister ship to the Atocha, yielded its own puzzles when discovered in 1980. The ship's ballast stones were arranged in geometric patterns that served no practical purpose for a merchant vessel. Bronze astrolabes found in the wreck showed modifications that enhanced their accuracy beyond standard navigation needs. These instruments displayed a level of precision that wouldn't become common until decades later. Contemporary treasure hunters working Florida's waters report phenomena that challenge conventional understanding of shipwreck archaeology. Metal detectors register massive signatures in areas where extensive excavation reveals nothing. Sonar equipment detects large metallic objects that vanish upon deeper investigation. Some sites yield artifacts in pristine condition despite centuries of saltwater exposure, while others show extreme deterioration that seems disproportionate to their age. The 1733 fleet disaster adds another layer to the mystery. 17 ships foundered in the Florida Keys during a hurricane, and Spanish salvage records indicate they recovered nearly all the treasure. Yet modern divers continue to find substantial amounts of gold and silver at these sites. The San Pedro, discovered in 1960, contained far more treasure than Spanish records suggested it should have carried. Local fishing communities have passed down stories for generations about lights seen moving beneath the water near known wreck sites. These accounts, dismissed as folklore, gained credibility when underwater archaeologists began reporting similar phenomena. Bioluminescence doesn't adequately explain the organized patterns of light movement described by multiple witnesses across different decades. The treasure's ongoing discovery raises questions about the ocean's role in preserving and revealing history. Hurricane seasons regularly expose new sections of wrecks, as if the sea deliberately parcels out its secrets. The 2004 and 2005 hurricane seasons uncovered more 1715 fleet artifacts than had been found in the previous 30 years combined. The pattern suggests that significant portions of these wrecks remain buried, waiting for the right combination of tides and storms to reveal them. Modern technology has complicated rather than clarified the Treasure Coast mystery. Ground-penetrating radar reveals anomalous structures beneath known wreck sites that don't match typical ship construction. These geometric formations extend far beyond the vessel's original dimensions, suggesting either extensive cargo distribution or something else entirely. The legal battles surrounding treasure hunting rights have revealed another puzzling aspect. Multiple parties claim ownership of the same artifacts, producing documentation that appears authentic despite describing impossible scenarios. Some items have been officially recovered multiple times by different teams, raising questions about the nature of the finds themselves. As night settles over the Treasure Coast, the mystery persists. Each tide brings new possibilities. Each storm reveals fresh secrets. The Spanish treasure fleets carried more than gold and silver across these waters. They carried stories that continue to surface, piece by piece, in ways that challenge our understanding of history, archaeology, and the sea's capacity for preserving the impossible. The treasures of Florida's coast whisper of maritime dramas far stranger than simple shipwrecks, their secrets still emerging from the deep blue silence that has kept them safe for centuries. The Witchcraft, a ghost ship underwater. On December 22, 1967, Dan Borak made a phone call that would become one of the most haunting transmissions in maritime history. The wealthy hotel owner was aboard his 23-foot luxury cabin cruiser, the Witchcraft, just 1 mile off Miami Beach with a friend, watching the Christmas lights twinkle along the coastline. The call was routine, a request for Coast Guard assistance after his boat had struck something near the Buoy 7 marker. What made this call extraordinary wasn't what Borak said, but what happened next, or rather, what didn't happen. The Coast Guard responded within 19 minutes, standard protocol for such a short distance. When they arrived at the coordinates Borak had provided, they found nothing. No boat, no debris, no oil slick, not even a ripple to suggest anything had ever been there. The Witchcraft had vanished as completely as if it had never existed. This wasn't supposed to be possible. The Witchcraft was built with enough flotation foam to remain unsinkable, even if completely flooded. Coast Guard Captain James Pfeiffer would later describe it as the most baffling case of his career. 2 men in a boat designed never to sink, had disappeared in calm seas, perfect weather, and within sight of one of the most populated coastlines in America. The initial search involved multiple Coast Guard cutters, aircraft, and hundreds of volunteers. They combed 24,000 square miles of ocean over 6 days. Every beach from Miami to the Keys was walked. Every marina, dock, and inlet was checked. The search expanded to include the possibility that the boat had somehow made it to the Bahamas, Cuba, or even Mexico. Nothing. Dan Barak wasn't a reckless boater. At 56, he owned the Fontainebleau Hotel and knew the waters around Miami intimately. His companion that night was Father Patrick Horgan, a Catholic priest visiting from New York. Both men were experienced around boats, and the Witchcraft itself was a testament to safety engineering. The vessel was constructed with sealed compartments filled with styrofoam. Even if every seal failed and the boat took on water completely, it would still float. The manufacturer guaranteed it. Coast Guard tests had confirmed it. Yet somehow, in less than 19 minutes, in calm seas just off Miami Beach, it had vanished without a trace. The phone call itself raises more questions than it answers. Barak's voice was calm, almost casual. He reported hitting something near the buoy, but stressed there was no immediate danger. He simply wanted a tow back to shore, out of caution. The Coast Guard operator detected no panic, no distress beyond the minor inconvenience of a disabled engine. What could they have hit? The area around Buoy 7 was well charted, with no known obstructions. The water depth was sufficient for much larger vessels. Some investigators suggested a submerged log or debris, but nothing large enough to cause the kind of damage that would overcome the boat's unsinkable design. The timing creates its own mystery. 19 minutes isn't long enough for a boat to sink, drift away, and leave no trace. Even if the Witchcraft had somehow gone down immediately after the call, debris would have remained. Life jackets, seat cushions, fuel containers, something should have floated to the surface. Coast Guard records show that water conditions were nearly perfect that night. Seas were calm, visibility was good, and winds were light. The Christmas lights Barak had called to observe were clearly visible from shore, indicating excellent atmospheric conditions. Weather wasn't a factor. The investigation expanded beyond simple disappearance. The FBI became involved, exploring possibilities of defection, staged disappearance, or criminal activity. Barak's business dealings were scrutinized. Father Horgan's background was examined. Both men's personal lives were investigated for any indication they might have planned their own vanishing. No evidence of premeditation was found. Barak had dinner reservations for later that evening. Father Horgan had a flight back to New York the next morning. Neither man had taken any steps suggesting they planned to disappear. Their families were genuinely shocked and cooperative with investigators. The Witchcraft case file remains open at the Coast Guard, though active investigation ceased years ago. Over the decades, various theories have emerged, each attempting to explain the impossible. Some suggest the boat was struck by a submarine, either military or drug running, and was quickly pulled underwater to hide the evidence. The waters off Miami were active with both legitimate naval operations and clandestine activities in 1967, but no submarine commander has ever come forward, and the logistics of such a cover-up seem overwhelming. Others propose the boat was hijacked, with Barak forced to make the call as cover for their abduction. The men and boat were then taken to a remote location, perhaps in the Bahamas or Cuba, but the call came from the reported coordinates, verified by radio triangulation, and no ransom demand ever surfaced. The most unsettling theory is that the Witchcraft encountered something unknown, not necessarily supernatural, but something beyond conventional explanation. The ocean holds secrets we're only beginning to understand. Rogue waves, underwater seismic activity, or atmospheric anomalies might account for instantaneous disappearance. In 1999, a group of marine archaeologists used advanced sonar equipment to search the area around Buoy 7. They found several unidentified objects on the ocean floor, but nothing matching the Witchcraft's dimensions or construction. The objects were too deep and too degraded to be from a 1967 incident. Local fishing guides avoid the area, though they won't say why directly. Some report unusual readings on their depth finders near the coordinates. Others mention compass anomalies or electronic interference. These accounts remain anecdotal, but they've persisted for decades. The Witchcraft's disappearance stands apart from other maritime mysteries because of its proximity to civilization. This wasn't a remote ocean vanishing, where anything might happen unobserved. It occurred within sight of Miami Beach, in waters traveled by dozens of other vessels, during perfect conditions. 2 men made a routine call for assistance and vanished within minutes. An unsinkable boat sank without a trace. In one of the most heavily trafficked waterways in America, something happened that defied explanation and left no evidence of its occurrence. The case remains as mysterious today as it was 57 years ago, a reminder that even in our modern, connected world, the ocean keeps its secrets close. The Baltic Sea's ghost submarine. The radar operator aboard the Swedish naval vessel Sundsvall rubbed his eyes and looked again at the screen. The signature was unmistakable. A submarine moving at 12 knots, bearing northwest through the Baltic's midnight waters. But when the sonar sweep completed its second pass, nothing was there, just empty water stretching toward the Finnish coast. This wasn't the first time. Since 1982, over 30 separate incidents have documented the same phenomenon across the Baltic Sea. Ships from 4 different nations have tracked, pursued, and lost the same ghostly submarine. The Swedish Navy designated it contact number 137. Maritime historians gave it a name that would haunt naval communications for decades: the Barbaros. The Barbaros doesn't behave like any known submarine. It appears on multiple detection systems simultaneously, then vanishes without explanation. Its engine signature matches no vessel in any fleet database. Most disturbing of all, it seems to traverse underwater territories that should be impossible for any submarine to navigate. Commander Erik Lundberg spent 3 years investigating these sightings for the Swedish Defense Ministry. His classified report, partially declassified in 2019, contains testimony from experienced sonar operators who swear they've tracked the same vessel repeatedly. The acoustic signature is always identical, a deep, rhythmic pulse that one technician described as breathing underwater. The first documented encounter occurred during a routine patrol south of Stockholm. The destroyer HMS Spica detected an unknown submarine at periscope depth, moving against the current in a pattern that suggested surveillance. When the crew attempted to establish contact, the vessel simply disappeared. No dive signature, no engine noise fade, just gone. Over the following months, sightings multiplied. The Danish Navy reported similar contacts near Bornholm Island. Finnish coastal defense tracked an identical signature in the Gulf of Finland. Each time, the submarine exhibited the same impossible characteristics, appearing suddenly, maintaining course with mechanical precision, then vanishing the moment pursuit began. Soviet naval archives, examined after the Cold War's end, contain no record of submarine operations matching these encounters. The Russians tracked the Barbaros from their side of the Baltic, initially suspecting it was a NATO vessel. Their conclusion mirrors Western intelligence. No known submarine could perform these maneuvers. The most detailed encounter came in September 1995. The research vessel Astrid was conducting hydrographic surveys near the Gotland Deep when sonar detected a large metallic object resting on the seafloor. The object measured approximately 90 meters in length, with a distinctive conning tower structure. When the crew prepared to investigate, the object began moving. Professional submariner Captain Hans Melander reviewed the Astrid sonar tapes. His analysis, published in the Swedish Naval Journal, concluded that the object exhibited propulsion characteristics unlike any known submarine class. The vessel accelerated from a dead stop to 20 knots in under 30 seconds, a performance that would be impossible for conventional submarines and extremely difficult even for nuclear vessels. The Barbaros doesn't follow typical submarine protocols. Real submarines surface periodically, require fuel, and follow predictable operational patterns. The Barbaros appears to remain submerged indefinitely, moving through shipping lanes with what observers describe as mechanical indifference to surface traffic. More puzzling still, the submarine seems to appear at multiple locations simultaneously. Naval records show contact reports from the Gulf of Bothnia and the Danish Straits on the same day, separated by distances that would require superhuman speed to traverse. Marine archaeologist Dr. Nina Kronberg has studied the Baltic Sea's underwater landscape for over 2 decades. She notes that the Barbaros has been spotted in areas where the seafloor topography should make submarine navigation impossible. Rocky outcroppings, underwater ridges, and shallow banks that would trap any real submarine seem to pose no obstacle to this phantom vessel. The submarine's behavior patterns suggest intelligence, but not human intelligence. It follows shipping routes with mathematical precision, maintains exact speeds and depths, and appears to conduct systematic surveys of specific underwater locations. Yet it never surfaces, never communicates, and never responds to standard naval protocols. Retired Admiral Carl Bildt, former head of Swedish naval operations, admitted in his 2018 memoir that the Barbaros represented the most persistent unexplained phenomenon in modern naval history. His personal encounters with the vessel left him convinced that conventional explanations cannot account for what we observed. The submarine's acoustic signature has been analyzed by sonar specialists across Europe. The sound pattern suggests a diesel-electric propulsion system, but the power output readings indicate an impossibly efficient engine. The frequency patterns match no known submarine class, yet they're consistent across different encounters spanning decades. Some researchers theorize the Barbaros might be a relic from World War II, a lost submarine continuing its patrol through some unknown mechanism. The Baltic Sea claimed numerous submarines during the war, both German and Soviet vessels that disappeared without explanation. But no missing submarine matches the Barbaros's acoustic signature or performance characteristics. The electronic warfare implications are equally disturbing. The Barbaros appears on radar, sonar, and magnetic detection systems, suggesting a physical presence. Yet it produces no heat signature, no electromagnetic emissions, and no water displacement patterns that would indicate a conventional submarine. Perhaps most unsettling are the crew reports. Sailors who've encountered the Barbaros describe a profound sense of unease that persists long after the contact ends. Several have reported unusual dreams following encounters, visions of underwater cities and mechanical voices speaking in unknown languages. The Baltic Sea keeps its secrets well. Its cold, dark waters have swallowed ships and submarines for centuries, creating an underwater graveyard where historical mysteries multiply in the depths. The Barbaros moves through this liquid cemetery with purpose unknown, following courses that lead nowhere and everywhere at once. Naval authorities continue monitoring Baltic waters, hoping to finally solve the mystery of their ghost submarine. New detection technologies have been deployed, tracking systems upgraded, and response protocols refined. Yet the Barbaros remains as elusive as ever, a phantom vessel navigating the boundary between the explainable and the impossible. In the depths of the Baltic Sea, where light fades and pressure builds, something continues its eternal patrol. Whether it's machine or phantom, relic or anomaly, the Barbaros serves as a reminder that even in our mapped and monitored world, mysteries still glide through the darkness, just beyond our understanding. Antikythera mechanism, ancient technology or alien artifact. When marine archaeologist Valerio Stais lifted a corroded bronze fragment from a wooden storage box in 1902, he noticed something that would challenge everything historians believed about ancient technology. Embedded within the green patina were the unmistakable teeth of precision-cut gears that shouldn't have existed for another 1,000 years. The artifact had been sleeping beneath the Mediterranean for over 2 millennia, part of a cargo shipwreck discovered by sponge divers off the Greek island of Antikythera. What they had found defied every assumption about the technological capabilities of the ancient world. At first glance, the mechanism appeared to be nothing more than a heavily corroded lump of bronze and wood. But as researchers began their painstaking examination, they realized they were looking at something extraordinary, a device so sophisticated that its engineering wouldn't be seen again until the emergence of astronomical clocks in medieval Europe. The shipwreck itself dates to approximately 60 BCE, during the height of the Roman Republic. The vessel was likely traveling from the eastern Mediterranean, possibly Rhodes or Kos, carrying a cargo of luxury goods, marble statues, and what appeared to be scientific instruments. Among these treasures lay the mechanism, quietly waiting to rewrite our understanding of ancient innovation. Derek DeSola Price, a Yale historian of science, spent decades studying the device in the 1970s. His analysis revealed something remarkable. The mechanism contained at least 37 bronze gears, precisely engineered to track the movements of the sun, moon, and planets. The gear ratios matched astronomical cycles with startling accuracy. But here's what makes this discovery truly unsettling. The level of mechanical sophistication required to create such a device shouldn't have existed in the ancient world. The gears were cut with a precision that suggests advanced metallurgy and engineering knowledge. The mathematical calculations embedded in its design demonstrate an understanding of astronomy that historians had never attributed to ancient Greek craftsmen. Modern X-ray computed tomography has revealed even more disturbing details. The mechanism contained what researchers describe as a differential gear system, a technology that wasn't supposed to appear until the 16th century. The device could predict lunar and solar eclipses decades in advance, track the 4-year cycle of the Olympic Games, and calculate the complex retrograde motion of planets. Michael Wright, a former curator at the Science Museum in London, has spent years creating working replicas of the mechanism. His reconstructions demonstrate that the device functioned as a sophisticated astronomical calculator, essentially an ancient computer capable of complex mathematical operations. This raises uncomfortable questions about the true extent of ancient knowledge. If Greek artisans could create such advanced mechanical computers, what other technologies might have existed and been lost to history? The mechanism suggests a level of scientific understanding that doesn't align with traditional historical narratives. Some researchers propose that the device represents the pinnacle of ancient Greek engineering, built by followers of Hipparchus or Archimedes, but the precision of its construction hints at something more systematic, perhaps an entire tradition of mechanical engineering that has been completely erased from the historical record. The astronomical data encoded within the mechanism tells its own story. The device tracks a 19-year lunar cycle known as the Metonic cycle with perfect accuracy. It predicts eclipses using the 223 lunar month Saros cycle, knowledge that requires sophisticated mathematical understanding and centuries of careful observation. Even more intriguing, the mechanism appears to be calibrated to astronomical conditions specific to the Eastern Mediterranean around 200 BCE. This suggests it wasn't merely a theoretical device, but a practical instrument used for real astronomical calculations. Recent analysis has revealed inscriptions on the mechanism that function as an ancient user's manual. The text describes the device's operation in technical Greek, referring to specific astronomical phenomena and mechanical procedures. These inscriptions suggest that the mechanism wasn't unique, it was part of a broader tradition of similar devices. This possibility is perhaps most disturbing of all. If multiple such mechanisms existed, where are they? Did environmental factors destroy them, or were they deliberately concealed? The survival of this single example might be pure chance, suggesting that our understanding of ancient technology remains fundamentally incomplete. The economic implications are equally puzzling. Creating such a device would have required substantial resources, skilled craftsmen, and extensive astronomical knowledge. This points to a sophisticated support system, workshops, training programs, and patronage networks that could finance such advanced projects. Some alternative theories propose more exotic explanations. A few researchers suggest that the mechanism's sophistication indicates contact with advanced civilizations, either lost human societies or extraterrestrial intervention. While mainstream archaeology rejects these interpretations, the device's existence continues to challenge conventional historical frameworks. The mechanism's discovery also raises questions about knowledge preservation and loss. If ancient Greeks possessed such advanced mechanical engineering capabilities, how did this knowledge disappear so completely? The fall of classical civilization apparently erased entire technological traditions, leaving only this single artifact as evidence of their existence. Modern attempts to recreate the mechanism using period-appropriate tools and techniques have proven extremely challenging. Even skilled craftsmen using contemporary methods struggle to match the precision of the original gears. This suggests that the ancient creators possessed not just theoretical knowledge, but highly refined practical skills. The bronze alloy used in the mechanism shows evidence of sophisticated metallurgy. The metal composition was carefully chosen to provide the right combination of strength, durability, and workability. This level of material science indicates a mature technological tradition, stretching back generations. Perhaps most mysteriously, no contemporary ancient source mentions devices like the Antikythera mechanism. Classical writers describe many other technological innovations, but mechanical astronomical computers appear nowhere in surviving literature. This silence suggests that such devices were either highly secretive or so common that they weren't worth mentioning. The mechanism continues to yield new secrets as technology advances. Each new scanning technique reveals additional details about its construction and operation. Researchers estimate that only about 1/3 of the original device survives, meaning that its full capabilities remain unknown. The Antikythera mechanism stands as testimony to the profound mysteries that still lurk beneath the Mediterranean surface. It represents either the pinnacle of ancient human achievement or evidence of technological traditions that have been completely erased from history. Either possibility forces us to reconsider everything we thought we knew about the ancient world's true capabilities. Unexplained sounds from the abyss. 3 separate research teams recorded the same impossible sound in July 1997. The frequency was so low it traveled thousands of miles through the Pacific, yet so powerful it registered on hydrophones across the ocean basin. They called it the bloop. For decades, we've dropped microphones into the deepest trenches of our planet, expecting to find silence. Instead, we've discovered that the abyss is screaming back at us. The ocean depths pulse with sounds that shouldn't exist, calls that emerge from trenches where no known creature could survive, frequencies that originate from coordinates where our maps show nothing but empty water. The scientific community has spent nearly 3 decades trying to explain these acoustic anomalies, and with each new recording, the mystery only deepens. The bloop remains the most famous of these unexplained phenomena, but it's far from alone. In research archives around the world, thousands of hours of underwater recordings contain sounds that challenge everything we think we know about life in the deep ocean. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains classified files on acoustic events they can't explain, each one a piece of evidence that something extraordinary lurks beneath the waves. Dr. Kate Stafford, a marine biologist at Oregon State University, has spent her career listening to whale songs and documenting their migration patterns. In 2012, she encountered something that changed her perspective entirely. While analyzing recordings from the Mariana Trench, she isolated a sound that appeared to be biological in origin, yet exhibited characteristics that no known marine life could produce. The sound lasted for exactly 17 seconds. It began as a low-frequency rumble, similar to a blue whale's call, but then shifted into a series of rapid clicks that resembled nothing in the acoustic database. Most disturbing of all, the sound appeared to be responding to the research vessel's sonar pings, as if something massive was deliberately communicating from the deepest part of the ocean. When pressed for an explanation, Dr. Stafford's response was unsettling in its honesty. We know more about the surface of Mars than we do about the deepest parts of our own oceans. If something wanted to remain hidden down there, it could do so for centuries without detection. The bloop itself originated from coordinates in the South Pacific, roughly 1,760 miles west of the southern coast of Chile. The sound was detected by an autonomous hydrophone array that was originally designed to monitor Soviet submarine activity during the Cold War. On that summer morning in 1997, the system picked up a sound so unusual that it immediately triggered every monitoring station in the network. The acoustic signature was unlike anything in the database. It rose in frequency over approximately 1 minute, reaching a peak that was audible above background noise levels more than 3,000 miles away. The sound appeared to originate from a single point source, yet it carried enough energy to travel across an entire ocean basin. Initial analysis suggested a biological origin, but the size of the creature required to produce such a sound would have been impossibly large. The loudest known animal call belongs to the blue whale, which can generate sounds reaching 188 decibels. The bloop registered at over 200 decibels, indicating a source roughly 3 times larger than the largest animal ever recorded. For years, scientists theorized about ice movement, underwater volcanic activity, or unknown geological processes. In 2012, NOAA officially attributed the sound to an ice quake, the fracturing of Antarctic ice shelves. Yet this explanation raises more questions than it answers. The acoustic signature of ice fracturing is well documented, and the bloop's frequency pattern doesn't match any known ice-related phenomena. More troubling is the fact that similar sounds have been recorded in locations far from any ice activity. In 2014, researchers detected a sound they designated Julia in the equatorial Pacific, exhibiting the same low-frequency rumble followed by rapid acoustic pulses. The pattern was so similar to the bloop that it suggested either a recurring natural phenomenon or something deliberately creating these sounds. The Deep Ocean Monitoring Network has recorded dozens of these anomalous sounds over the past 3 decades. Each one shares certain characteristics. They originate from extreme depths. They carry far more energy than should be possible from known sources, and they often appear to exhibit patterns that suggest intelligence. Dr. Christopher Fox, who headed the NOAA team that first analyzed the bloop, made a disturbing observation about the sound's characteristics. The frequency pattern contained what appeared to be mathematical relationships, with intervals between pulses that followed sequences found in nature's most complex systems. This wasn't the random noise of geological activity or the instinctive calls of marine life. It was something that seemed to be constructed, designed, intentional. The implications of intelligent communication from the deep ocean are staggering. If these sounds represent attempts at contact, then we're dealing with intelligence that has remained hidden in Earth's most inaccessible environments. The deep ocean trenches could harbor forms of life that evolved in complete isolation from the surface world, developing along paths we can't imagine. Recent advances in underwater acoustic monitoring have revealed even more disturbing patterns. Sounds recorded at different locations sometimes appear to be coordinated, as if multiple sources are communicating across vast distances. In 2019, researchers detected synchronized acoustic events originating from trenches in both the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, occurring within minutes of each other. The official explanations for these phenomena continue to evolve, but they consistently avoid addressing the most unsettling aspect of these recordings. Many of them appear to be responses to human activity. Research vessels report acoustic anomalies that seem to react to their presence, with sound patterns that change when ships alter course or depth. What we're hearing from the abyss challenges our fundamental assumptions about life on Earth. The deep ocean remains largely unexplored, with less than 5% of its volume ever examined by human eyes. In this vast unknown, separated from our world by miles of crushing water, intelligence could have evolved and thrived for millions of years without our knowledge. The hydrophones continue their silent vigil, recording sounds that emerge from the deepest places on our planet. Each new recording adds another piece to a puzzle that grows more complex with every discovery. Something in the abyss is calling to us, and after decades of listening, we're no closer to understanding what it's trying to say. The Milky Sea phenomenon. The first recorded account appeared in a ship's log dated 1854. Captain Evans wrote simply, "Ocean has turned to milk beneath the stars." What he witnessed that night would challenge our understanding of marine biology for the next century and a half. Somewhere in the darkness of the Arabian Sea, millions of square kilometers of water began to glow. Not the brief sparkle of disturbed plankton or the localized shimmer of bioluminescent jellyfish, but a sustained, ethereal blue radiance that stretched beyond the horizon. The sea had become a mirror of the Milky Way above, earning its haunting name. Modern satellites have captured this phenomenon exactly 4 times since 1995. Each sighting reveals an expanse of luminous ocean larger than some countries, glowing with the consistency of spilled starlight. The most recent observation, recorded by the Visible Infrared Imaging Radiometer Suite in 2019, showed a Milky Sea covering over 100,000 square kilometers off the coast of Java. For perspective, that's roughly the size of South Korea, transformed into a living constellation floating on the surface of our planet. Dr. Stephen Haddock from the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute spent 15 years studying these events. His team's breakthrough came when they isolated the bacterial strain responsible, Vibrio harvii. Under specific conditions, these microscopic organisms achieve something that defies conventional biological understanding. They synchronize their light production across impossible distances, creating a unified glow that can be seen from space. The synchronization itself presents a puzzle that keeps marine biologists awake at night. Individual bacteria, separated by vast distances with no apparent communication method, somehow coordinate their luminescence to create this massive display. It's as if millions of fireflies decided to blink in perfect unison across an entire continent, without any central conductor directing their performance. Traditional explanations point to quorum sensing, a process where bacteria release chemical signals to coordinate behavior. But the scale of Milky Sea events challenges this theory. Chemical signals dispersed across 100,000 square kilometers would become so diluted they'd be virtually undetectable. Yet the phenomenon persists, suggesting either an unknown communication mechanism or environmental triggers science hasn't identified. Captain Rebecca Torres encountered a Milky Sea during her research voyage in 2008. She described the experience as sailing through liquid moonlight, with the ship's wake creating trails of intensified blue fire. Her crew reported an unusual silence that night, as if the ocean itself were holding its breath. Fish behavior changed dramatically. Normally active species disappeared entirely, while others gathered in unprecedented numbers just beneath the glowing surface. The most intriguing aspect involves the duration and conditions required for Milky Seas to form. Unlike typical bioluminescence, which responds to physical disturbance, these events maintain their glow for days or even weeks. Satellite data suggests they follow predictable patterns related to water temperature, nutrient levels, and seasonal currents, yet multiple attempts to recreate the conditions in laboratory settings have failed completely. Research vessel Captain Marcus Chen documented temperature readings during the 2019 Java event. The glowing region maintained a consistent temperature of 28.7 degrees Celsius, while surrounding waters varied by several degrees. Chemical analysis revealed elevated levels of dissolved organic matter, but similar concentrations exist in non-glowing areas throughout the Indian Ocean. Something else, something we haven't identified, serves as the catalyst. Historical accounts add another layer of mystery. Ancient Arab navigators wrote of nights when the sea becomes sky, describing identical phenomena in the same regions where modern satellites detect Milky Seas. These records suggest the events follow long-term cycles, possibly connected to deeper oceanographic processes we're only beginning to understand. The bacterial colonies responsible for these displays exist in a state marine biologists call coordinated quiescence. They remain dormant for months, showing no signs of the luminescent capability. Then, triggered by unknown factors, entire populations activate simultaneously across thousands of square kilometers. The coordination suggests either a genetic program responding to environmental cues or an external signal science hasn't detected. Dr. Sarah Martinez's team at Woods Hole has been tracking bacterial populations in the Arabian Sea for 12 years. They've identified seasonal patterns in Vibrio harvii distribution, but the bacteria's presence doesn't guarantee a Milky Sea event. Dense populations can exist without producing any luminescence, while other areas with lower bacterial counts suddenly erupt in coordinated light displays. The phenomenon's impact on marine ecosystems remains poorly understood. Whale migration patterns shift during Milky Sea events, suggesting the glow affects navigation or feeding behaviors. Deep-sea creatures normally confined to lower depths have been observed rising toward the luminous surface, creating unusual predator-prey dynamics that persist long after the glow fades. Military vessels have reported navigation equipment malfunctions during encounters with Milky Seas. Sonar readings become unreliable, and electromagnetic instruments register unusual fluctuations. While these effects could result from bacterial secretions or changes in water chemistry, no definitive explanation exists for the electromagnetic anomalies. The predictive challenge continues to frustrate oceanographers. Despite decades of research and increasingly sophisticated monitoring systems, Milky Sea events remain impossible to forecast. They appear without warning, reach maximum intensity within hours, and fade according to their own mysterious timeline. This unpredictability suggests we're missing fundamental aspects of the phenomenon. Recent genetic analysis of Vibrio harvii from different Milky Sea events reveals surprising diversity. Bacterial populations separated by thousands of kilometers show distinct genetic markers, yet produce identical luminescent displays. This discovery implies the coordination mechanism operates independently of genetic programming, pointing toward environmental triggers that transcend individual bacterial colonies. The silence of milky seas haunts those who've witnessed them. Unlike normal ocean sounds, waves, wildlife, even the subtle hum of biological activity, these glowing waters create an acoustic vacuum that experienced sailors describe as otherworldly. Recording equipment captures the same absence of sound, though the reason remains unexplained. Tonight, somewhere in the vast darkness of our oceans, bacterial colonies drift in patient dormancy. They carry within their microscopic forms the potential to transform entire seas into mirrors of heaven. The trigger that awakens them waits in the chemistry of currents, the whisper of deep water movements, or perhaps in forces we haven't learned to recognize. The Milky Sea phenomenon continues to guard its secrets, glowing when it chooses, fading when it will, leaving behind only the memory of an ocean transformed into starlight. Bioluminescent bays, nature's light show. When marine biologist Dr. Rebecca Torres first dipped her hand into Mosquito Bay's dark waters in 2019, she expected the familiar blue-green sparkle that had drawn tourists for decades. Instead, she watched in stunned silence as her fingers trailed ribbons of pure silver light, a phenomenon that shouldn't exist according to every textbook she'd ever read. Bioluminescent bays represent one of nature's most enchanting mysteries, where microscopic organisms transform ordinary seawater into liquid starlight. Yet beneath their ethereal beauty lies a puzzle that continues to challenge our understanding of marine ecosystems and the delicate forces that sustain these underwater galaxies. Only 5 truly spectacular bioluminescent bays exist worldwide. 3 cling to Puerto Rico's coastline, 1 glows off the shores of Jamaica, and another illuminates the waters near Australia's Gippsland lakes. Each bay pulses with its own unique signature of light, created by millions of dinoflagellates, single-celled organisms no larger than a grain of sand that flash like microscopic lightning when disturbed. The most famous of these luminous waters lies on the Puerto Rican island of Vieques. Mosquito Bay holds the Guinness World Record for the brightest bioluminescent bay on Earth, containing roughly 720,000 dinoflagellates per gallon of water. When darkness falls, every movement becomes a brushstroke of light across an living canvas. Swimmers emerge from the water, looking like glowing apparitions, their bodies outlined in trails of ethereal blue fire. Dr. Torres had studied bioluminescence for 15 years before that night, and Mosquito Bay changed everything. The organism responsible for the bay's glow, Pyrodinium bahamense, had always produced the expected blue-green luminescence in laboratory conditions. But what she witnessed that evening defied explanation. Silver light with an intensity that made her question whether she was observing the same species. The mechanism behind bioluminescence itself reads like science fiction. When disturbed, dinoflagellates trigger a chemical reaction involving luciferin and luciferase, the same compounds that allow fireflies to illuminate summer evenings. The process occurs in specialized organelles called scintillins, where the reaction transforms chemical energy into cold light with nearly perfect efficiency. Human technology has never achieved such elegant energy conversion. Yet the mystery deepens when we consider why these organisms evolved to produce light at all. Traditional theories suggest bioluminescence serves as a defense mechanism, startling predators or attracting larger fish to consume whatever threatens the dinoflagellates. But recent observations challenge this explanation. Marine biologist Dr. James Witter documented instances where bioluminescent flashes actually attracted predators rather than deterring them, suggesting the adaptive purpose remains far more complex than initially believed. The conditions required to sustain a bioluminescent bay exist in a razor-thin ecological balance. The water must maintain precise temperature ranges, specific salinity levels, and minimal light pollution. Most crucially, the bay needs a narrow opening to the ocean, wide enough to allow nutrient exchange, but restricted enough to prevent the dinoflagellates from dispersing into the vast darkness beyond. This delicate equilibrium explains why bioluminescent bays remain so rare. Phosphate pollution from soap and sunscreen can devastate entire populations overnight. Climate change alters water temperatures beyond the organism's tolerance. Even excessive boat traffic can disrupt the microscopic communities that took decades to establish. Laguna Grande in Puerto Rico's Fajardo region serves as a haunting reminder of this fragility. Once considered the brightest bioluminescent bay in the world, it began dimming in the 1980s as development increased along its shores. By 2014, the bay had lost roughly 80% of its luminescence, leaving only faint sparks where brilliant galaxies once swirled. Dr. Michael Latz from the Scripps Institution of Oceanography has spent the last decade studying how these organisms coordinate their light displays. His research reveals that dinoflagellates don't simply flash randomly when disturbed. Instead, they exhibit what he calls bioluminescent waves, coordinated patterns of light that ripple across the water's surface with mathematical precision. The waves follow fluid dynamics that mirror the aurora borealis, suggesting these microscopic organisms somehow sense and respond to electromagnetic fields in ways we're only beginning to understand. Latz's team has recorded instances where bioluminescent patterns predicted weather changes hours before meteorological instruments detected atmospheric shifts. Even more perplexing are the reports of color variations that mainstream science has largely ignored. Local fishermen in Jamaica's luminous lagoon describe nights when the water glows deep purple instead of blue. Similar accounts come from Australia's Gippsland Lakes, where residents report occasional flashes of green and gold that last only minutes before returning to the familiar blue luminescence. Dr. Torres has made documenting these color anomalies her personal mission. Her research suggests that environmental stressors might trigger genetic expressions that produce different light wavelengths. If correct, bioluminescent bays could serve as early warning systems for ecological changes, their shifting colors providing real-time data about ocean health. The deeper mystery involves the organism's apparent intelligence. Dinoflagellates possess no nervous system, no brain, no mechanism for conscious thought, yet they demonstrate collective behaviors that suggest some form of distributed awareness. They migrate in coordinated groups, responding to tidal changes with precision that implies long-term memory. During the 2017 hurricane season, researchers observed something unprecedented in Mosquito Bay. As Hurricane Maria approached, the dinoflagellates began diving to deeper waters 3 days before the storm made landfall. They remained in the depths until the hurricane passed, then returned to surface waters en masse. No known stimulus could explain this prophetic behavior. Recent genetic analysis has revealed that bioluminescent dinoflagellates possess one of the most complex genomes ever discovered, containing more genetic material than humans despite being single-celled organisms. This genetic complexity suggests evolutionary histories spanning millions of years, periods during which these organisms may have developed capabilities we're only beginning to recognize. The bioluminescent bays continue to pulse with their ancient rhythms, each flash a reminder that the ocean holds secrets far beyond our current understanding. In their ethereal glow, we glimpse not just natural beauty, but evidence of intelligence operating on scales and timelines that challenge our definitions of life itself.
Majestic yet perplexing giant squids. When marine biologist Dr. Tsunemi Kubodera finally captured the first live footage of Architeuthis ducks in 2004, he discovered something that challenged everything science thought it knew about these creatures. The giant squid wasn't the sluggish, passive drifter that decades of dead specimens had suggested. Instead, his cameras revealed a creature of startling intelligence and grace, moving through the depths with purposeful intention that marine biologists still struggle to explain. The footage lasted just 11 minutes, but those 11 minutes contained behaviors that don't match any known squid species. The creature approached the camera with what appeared to be deliberate curiosity, its massive eyes, each the size of dinner plates, seeming to study the intrusion into its domain. Most unsettling was how it moved. Giant squids, according to established marine biology, should be nearly neutrally buoyant, drifting through the water column. This one propelled itself with targeted precision, as if it knew exactly where it was going. Dr. Kubodera's team measured the specimen at nearly 30 feet in length, but even today, marine biologists debate whether they've encountered the species' true maximum size. Historical accounts from whalers describe encounters with specimens reaching 60 feet or more, though these reports were dismissed as maritime folklore until recently discovered sucker scars on sperm whales suggested the historical accounts might be accurate. The scars tell their own story. Sperm whales, the giant squid's primary predator, bear circular marks from squid suckers that measure up to 4 inches across. When marine biologists scale these measurements against known squid anatomy, they point to creatures potentially twice the size of any specimen science has officially documented. Dr. Steve O'Shea, one of the world's leading teuthologists, has spent decades studying these markings and admits they indicate giant squids of proportions that would fundamentally change our understanding of what's possible in deep ocean ecosystems. The distribution patterns of giant squid encounters present another puzzle that marine science cannot adequately explain. Sightings and specimens appear in virtually every ocean system on Earth, from the Arctic Circle to Antarctic waters, yet the species seems to exist in impossibly low population densities. Dr. Edith Witter, a deep-sea explorer who has spent thousands of hours observing deep ocean environments, notes that for a species so widely distributed, giant squids should be encountered far more frequently than they are. The mathematical models don't align with the evidence. A species maintaining global distribution across such varied ocean environments would require population numbers that should make encounters routine for deep-sea research vessels. Instead, confirmed sightings remain extraordinarily rare, with many marine biologists spending entire careers without witnessing a living specimen. This rarity has led some researchers to propose that giant squids might possess behavioral adaptations that make them effectively invisible to human observation. Their intelligence adds another layer to the mystery. Giant squids possess the largest brains of any invertebrate on Earth, with neural structures that suggest cognitive capabilities rivaling those of marine mammals. Dr. Jennifer Mather, whose research focuses on cephalopod intelligence, has documented problem-solving abilities in smaller squid species that exceed those of many vertebrates. When these findings are scaled to the giant squid's massive brain size, they suggest an intelligence that might be actively avoiding human detection. The feeding behavior of giant squids remains largely theoretical, based on stomach content analysis from the few specimens that have been recovered. Their diet consists primarily of deep-sea fish and smaller squid species, yet the biomass requirements for creatures of their size don't correlate with the available food sources in their documented habitats. This discrepancy suggests either that giant squids have access to food sources science hasn't identified, or that their metabolic processes operate differently than other cephalopods. Perhaps most intriguingly, giant squids appear to migrate vertically through the water column in patterns that don't match any known marine species. Tracking data from the few specimens that have been tagged indicates they move between depths of 200 meters and 2,000 meters with regularity. But these movements don't correlate with feeding opportunities or reproductive cycles. The migrations seem to follow patterns that researchers describe as almost ritualistic, occurring at specific times and locations that suggest a level of environmental awareness that challenges our understanding of invertebrate behavior. The reproductive cycle of giant squids remains almost entirely mysterious. Females carry millions of eggs, yet juvenile specimens are virtually never encountered in any ocean environment. Marine biologists have proposed that giant squids might have nursery areas in deep ocean regions that remain unexplored, but even this theory struggles to explain the complete absence of young specimens in areas where adults are occasionally sighted. Dr. Clyde Roper, who has dedicated his career to studying giant squids, believes that their life cycle might include stages that are fundamentally different from other cephalopods. His research suggests that giant squids might undergo transformation phases that would make juveniles unrecognizable as the same species, potentially explaining why the developmental stages remain undocumented despite decades of marine research. The bioluminescent capabilities of giant squids add another dimension to their mystery. Unlike many deep-sea creatures that produce light for communication or predation, giant squids possess photophores that seem to serve no clear biological function. The light patterns they produce don't match the communication systems of other cephalopods, leading some researchers to speculate that their bioluminescence might be serving purposes that science hasn't yet identified. Contemporary deep-sea exploration continues to reveal just how much remains unknown about these creatures. Advanced submersibles equipped with high-definition cameras occasionally capture footage that suggests giant squids might be more common than previously believed, but their behavior indicates an awareness of human presence that makes systematic study almost impossible. The giant squid remains a creature that exists at the intersection of scientific fact and oceanic mystery, challenging our understanding of what's possible in the deep ocean, while consistently evading the comprehensive study that might finally reveal its secrets. The fantastic riddle of rogue waves. The North Sea stretched endlessly under a deceptively calm afternoon sky when the crew of the Draupner oil platform witnessed something that would fundamentally alter our understanding of the ocean's power. A single wave, towering 84 feet above the surrounding waters, emerged from nowhere and vanished just as mysteriously. January 1st, 1995. The sensors recorded what generations of sailors had sworn they'd seen, only to be dismissed as maritime folklore. Until that moment, oceanographers maintained that waves exceeding 60 feet were statistical impossibilities in those conditions. The mathematical models said so. The textbooks agreed. Yet there it was, captured in indisputable digital precision, a wall of water that defied every accepted principle of wave mechanics. Rogue waves, as they've come to be known, don't follow the rules. They appear without warning in relatively moderate seas, often reaching heights 2 to 3 times larger than the surrounding waves. They're not tsunamis, which have identifiable seismic origins. They're not storm surges, which build predictably with weather systems. They're something else entirely, something that seems to emerge from the ocean's own hidden mathematics. Captain Heinrich Müller of the merchant vessel Bremen encountered one such wave in 2000 during what should have been routine Atlantic crossing. The seas were running at perhaps 12 feet, uncomfortable but manageable for an experienced crew. Then the horizon ahead simply, a 70-foot wall of green water rose directly in front of them, its face nearly vertical, its crest already beginning to curl with devastating intent. The Bremen survived, though barely. Her bridge windows shattered, her forward superstructure crumpled like paper. But Müller's detailed report, corroborated by his entire crew, added another piece to a puzzle that was only beginning to reveal its true complexity. These weren't isolated incidents. They were glimpses of something fundamental that science had somehow missed. Dr. Susanne Lehner at the German Aerospace Center began analyzing satellite radar data from the European Space Agency, searching for patterns in what appeared to be chaos. Between 2003 and 2004, scanning just 3 weeks of global ocean data, her team identified 10 individual rogue waves, 10 massive anomalies that classical wave theory insisted couldn't exist simultaneously on Earth's oceans. The mathematics seemed straightforward enough. Ocean waves typically follow what's called a Gaussian distribution, a bell curve where extreme events become exponentially less likely as they grow larger. A 40-foot wave might occur once in every 10,000 waves. An 80-foot wave should appear perhaps once in every billion. Yet the satellite data revealed rogue waves occurring with disturbing regularity, as though the ocean operated by different rules than we'd assumed. Linear wave theory, the foundation of maritime engineering for over a century, treats waves as independent entities that pass through each other without lasting interaction. But rogue waves suggested something far more complex was happening. A kind of constructive interference where multiple wave systems could temporarily focus their energy into a single, devastating peak. The RRS Discovery encountered this phenomenon firsthand during a 2004 research expedition in the North Atlantic. Dr. Christine Gommenjinger was monitoring wave conditions when the ship's instruments detected something remarkable. Multiple wave trains, each traveling at slightly different speeds and angles, began converging on a single point ahead of their vessel. For perhaps 30 seconds, the individual waves reinforced each other, building into a towering pyramid of water before dispersing back into the surrounding swell. They watched it form. They measured its growth. They documented its collapse. Yet even with direct observation, the underlying mechanism remained frustratingly elusive. The wave had existed for less than a minute, but in that brief lifetime, it possessed enough energy to sink most vessels unlucky enough to encounter it. Nonlinear wave dynamics offered partial explanations. The peregrine soliton, a theoretical construct first proposed by mathematician Howell Peregrine in 1983, described how wave energy could spontaneously focus and defocus under certain conditions. Computer models could reproduce the effect, generating virtual rogue waves that behaved remarkably like their real-world counterparts. But models and reality don't always align. The Prestige oil tanker broke apart in 2002, after encountering what survivors described as an impossible wave, a vertical wall of water that seemed to emerge directly from the ocean floor. The subsequent investigation found no seismic activity, no unusual weather patterns, no obvious trigger for such an event. The wave had simply,
appeared. Professor Alfred Osborne at the University of Turin proposed that rogue waves might represent a kind of oceanic phase transition where the normal rules of wave behavior temporarily break down. His research suggested that under specific conditions, the ocean's surface could enter a state similar to what physicists observe in certain crystals, a momentary reorganization of energy that creates structures far larger than the system's individual components. The implications extend beyond maritime safety. If rogue waves result from fundamental properties of wave systems, similar phenomena might occur in other contexts. Optical rogue waves have been observed in fiber optic cables. Acoustic rogue waves appear in concert halls with unusual acoustics. The ocean, it seems, was teaching us about principles that govern wave behavior across multiple scales and mediums. Modern ships now carry warning systems designed to detect the telltale signatures of forming rogue waves. Phased array radars can identify areas where wave energy is beginning to focus, providing precious minutes of advance warning. Yet the fundamental question remains unanswered. The ocean, covering 70% of our planet's surface, operates according to principles we're only beginning to understand. Each new encounter adds another variable to an equation that seems to grow more complex rather than simpler. The rogue wave that struck the Norwegian Dawn cruise ship in 2005 exhibited characteristics that didn't match any previous event. The wave that damaged the Louis Majesty in 2010 appeared to violate several established patterns. The ocean keeps presenting new variations on a theme we've barely begun to comprehend. Somewhere beneath the waves, in the deep mathematics of fluid dynamics, rogue waves continue to form and dissipate according to rules that remain tantalizingly beyond our complete understanding. They rise from the depths of oceanic chaos, exist for brief moments as monuments to forces we're still discovering, then vanish back into the endless rhythm of the sea. The ocean keeps its secrets well, revealing them only in fleeting glimpses that leave us questioning everything we thought we knew about the waters that surround us. The sunken war machines of Dutch Uwe. In 1943, a German U-boat commander made a calculated decision that would puzzle historians for decades. He ordered his crew to scuttle their submarine in pristine condition, with all classified equipment intact, in waters so deep that recovery seemed impossible. 79 years later, marine archaeologists discovered something that challenges everything we thought we knew about the final days of the Third Reich. The ocean floor has become the world's largest museum of warfare, holding secrets that governments never intended to preserve. Across the Pacific, Atlantic, and Mediterranean, tens of thousands of military vessels rest in perpetual darkness, their hulls containing mysteries that transcend simple tales of victory and defeat. These aren't just shipwrecks, they're time capsules sealed by saltwater and circumstance, each one holding fragments of classified operations, experimental technologies, and human stories that official histories never recorded. Consider the USS Cyclops, a naval cargo vessel that vanished without a trace in 1918, only to be followed by two of her sister ships during World War II. The Proteus and Nereus disappeared within months of each other in 1941, both carrying classified cargo through the same treacherous waters. 3 identical vessels, 3 unexplained disappearances, and a connection that naval investigators have never adequately explained. When deep-sea surveys finally located the Cyclops in 2020, the discovery raised more questions than it answered. The ship's cargo hold contained materials that shouldn't have existed in 1918, and its final position suggested a course that defied all known shipping routes. The technological mysteries multiply when we examine the experimental aircraft that plunged into the Pacific during the war's final months. In 1945, the United States was testing revolutionary aircraft designs that wouldn't become public knowledge for another 20 years. When these prototypes crashed during test flights, recovery was often impossible. The ocean depths became an unintended vault for classified military innovation. Today, marine archaeologists working with declassified documents have identified crash sites containing aircraft with propulsion systems that seem to defy the technological capabilities of their era. The German Type 21 submarine program left behind perhaps the most intriguing underwater mysteries. These vessels represented a quantum leap in submarine technology, featuring closed-circuit fuel systems, advanced sonar, and hull designs that wouldn't be matched until the nuclear age. When Germany surrendered, dozens of these submarines were either scuttled by their crews or captured by Allied forces.
Official records account for most of them, but declassified Soviet documents from the 1990s suggest that several Type Tu-21 submarines were operating in the Atlantic weeks after Germany's surrender, carrying out missions that remain classified to this day. The wreck of the German heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen tells a particularly haunting story. After surviving the war, the ship was used as a target vessel during nuclear tests at Bikini Atoll. When she finally sank in 1946, her hull contained a cargo that military officials had overlooked, thousands of documents, charts, and mechanical components that revealed the full scope of Germany's advanced research programs. Today, the Prinz Eugen rests in shallow water, her secrets slowly leaking into the Pacific as radiation levels gradually decrease. Marine biologists studying the wreck have discovered that the radioactive contamination has created a unique ecosystem, species that exist nowhere else on Earth, as if the ship has become a laboratory for evolution itself. The mystery deepens when we examine the curious case of the Japanese submarine I-52, known as the Golden Submarine. In 1944, this vessel was carrying a cargo of gold, platinum, and opium to Germany in exchange for advanced military technology. The submarine never reached its destination, and for decades, its fate remained unknown. When the wreck was finally located in 1995, salvage operations revealed an unexpected detail. The submarine's cargo hold contained not just precious metals, but also crates of documents and mechanical components that suggested a level of technological cooperation between Japan and Germany that history books had never recorded. Perhaps most unsettling are the aircraft carriers that simply vanished during routine operations. The USS Cyclops wasn't the only vessel to disappear without explanation. In 1943, the escort carrier USS Liscum Bay was sunk by a Japanese torpedo, but survivor accounts describe explosions that seemed far too powerful for a conventional attack. When deep-sea surveys located the wreck in 2019, the damage patterns suggested that the ship had been torn apart by internal explosions, as if her own ammunition stores had detonated simultaneously. Naval experts studying the wreck data have proposed that the Liscum Bay was carrying experimental weapons that were never officially acknowledged. The technological implications become more complex when we consider the timeline of certain innovations. Radar systems found on sunken warships from 1943 display capabilities that official histories claim weren't developed until 1947. Sonar equipment recovered from German submarines features design elements that seem to anticipate technologies that emerged decades later. The wreck of the USS Eldridge, a destroyer escort that participated in classified experiments, contains electronic systems that naval engineers still struggle to fully understand. These underwater time capsules continue to reshape our understanding of the war's final months. The German submarine U-530, scuttled off the coast of Argentina in 1945, carried documents that revealed the existence of research stations in Antarctica that were never officially acknowledged. When Argentine naval forces explored these coordinates in the 1950s, they discovered installations that had been abandoned so hastily that classified materials were left behind, including maps of underground facilities that extended far deeper than any known military installation. The ocean floor holds these stories in perfect suspension, neither fully revealing nor completely concealing the truth. Each wreck tells a different chapter of a larger narrative, one where the official end of the war was perhaps not as final as history suggests, where experimental technologies pushed the boundaries of what was possible, and where the distinction between victory and defeat becomes less clear with each new discovery. The sunken war machines wait in the darkness, their secrets slowly dissolving into the deep, carrying mysteries that may never surface again. Underwater circles of Okinawa. In the shallow waters off Okinawa, Japan, divers began documenting something that defied every natural explanation they knew. Perfectly circular formations, etched into the sandy ocean floor with mathematical precision that made engineers pause in wonder. These weren't random patterns carved by currents or storms. They were deliberate, intricate, and utterly mysterious. The first recorded sighting came in 1995, when underwater photographer Yoji Ukata was exploring the seafloor near Amami Oshima. Through his camera lens, he witnessed what appeared to be an enormous mandala pressed into the sand, 2 meters across, with radiating ridges that formed geometric patterns so exact they seemed drawn by a cosmic compass. The precision was unsettling, each ridge perfectly spaced, each curve mathematically sound, as if some unknown intelligence had worked through the night to create underwater art. When Ukata's photographs surfaced, marine biologists found themselves staring at something that challenged their understanding of ocean life. The formations weren't just circular, they displayed a level of architectural sophistication that seemed impossible for any known sea creature. Radiating spokes extended from central hubs, creating patterns that resembled both ancient symbols and modern fractals. The sand itself had been sculpted into tiny mountains and valleys, each grain apparently placed with purpose. What made these discoveries even more perplexing was their temporary nature. The circles would appear overnight, remain intact for about a week, then vanish as mysteriously as they had formed. This ephemeral quality suggested they served some specific biological function, but what function required such elaborate geometric precision? The answer came from an unexpected source. After years of patient observation, researchers finally witnessed the architect at work. A small pufferfish, barely 4 inches long, was responsible for these underwater masterpieces. Using his fins like brushes, the male fish would work tirelessly for 7 to 9 days straight, creating these elaborate structures to attract mates. The geometric precision wasn't accidental, it was essential. Female pufferfish were drawn to the most mathematically perfect circles, making artistry a matter of evolutionary survival. But this explanation, while scientifically sound, only deepened the mystery. How does a creature with a brain the size of a grain of rice create patterns that would challenge a human mathematician? The pufferfish demonstrates no other behaviors requiring such sophisticated spatial reasoning. They don't build complex nests or navigate using geometric landmarks. Yet somehow, when mating season arrives, they become underwater architects capable of creating structures that humans initially mistook for evidence of advanced intelligence. The construction process itself defies easy explanation. The pufferfish doesn't simply swim in circles, wearing a groove in the sand. Instead, he carefully sculpts ridges and valleys, creating a three-dimensional mandala that channels water currents in specific ways. The raised edges aren't random, they're positioned to create optimal water flow patterns that presumably make the circle more attractive to potential mates. This suggests an intuitive understanding of fluid dynamics that took human engineers centuries to develop. Even more intriguingly, each pufferfish creates a unique pattern. While all the circles share certain mathematical properties, perfect radial symmetry, precise spacing between ridges, optimal diameter ratios, no two are identical. This implies not just instinctual behavior, but individual artistic expression. The fish are solving the same engineering problem in slightly different ways, each developing a personal aesthetic within the constraints of what females find attractive. The implications extend beyond marine biology. These tiny fish have somehow evolved to create art that humans find beautiful, suggesting either that aesthetic principles are universal constants written into the fabric of reality, or that we share deeper evolutionary connections with sea life than previously imagined. The patterns echo designs found in ancient human cultures worldwide: mandalas, medicine wheels, crop circles, raising questions about whether artistic expression follows mathematical laws that transcend species boundaries. Recent studies have revealed additional layers of complexity. The pufferfish don't just create the circles, they maintain them. Throughout the week-long courtship period, the male constantly repairs damage caused by currents, adjusting the height of ridges and clearing debris from the channels. This suggests not just the ability to create geometric patterns, but to hold a mental template of the ideal design and work continuously to match reality to that vision. The discovery has forced scientists to reconsider what we mean by intelligence. The pufferfish displays none of the cognitive abilities typically associated with complex problem-solving. No tool use, no social learning, no apparent memory of previous constructions. Yet the circles demonstrate sophisticated understanding of geometry, physics, and aesthetics that would impress any human artist. This suggests intelligence might be more specialized and distributed than we assumed, existing in narrow, highly developed channels rather than as a general-purpose problem-solving ability. The timing of these constructions adds another mysterious element. The circles appear during specific lunar phases, when tidal conditions create optimal water flow patterns. This implies the fish can somehow sense these astronomical cycles and time their artistic endeavors accordingly. They're not just creating art, they're scheduling it to coincide with cosmic events that enhance its effectiveness. Perhaps most mysteriously, the circles seem to influence the broader ecosystem. Other fish species are drawn to these geometric patterns, creating temporary communities around the structures. Some researchers have observed unusual feeding behaviors and social interactions within the circles, suggesting they serve functions beyond simple mating displays. The geometric patterns might be creating acoustic or hydrodynamic effects that benefit multiple species in ways we're only beginning to understand. The Okinawa circles remind us that nature operates according to principles we're still discovering. In the shallow waters of the Pacific, a tiny fish creates mathematical art that challenges our understanding of consciousness, creativity, and the mysterious forces that shape behavior across species. These underwater mandalas continue to appear and disappear with the tides, leaving us to wonder what other forms of intelligence might be creating beauty in the hidden depths of our oceans. Deep beneath the waves, geometry and instinct dance together in ways that blur the line between art and evolution, leaving us with questions that ripple far beyond the sandy circles of Okinawa's peaceful shores. Challenger Deep, Earth's deepest mystery. When Dr. Don Walsh and Jacques Piccard descended into the Challenger Deep in 1960, they expected to find a barren wasteland at the bottom of the world. Instead, at 35,814 feet below the surface, they witnessed something impossible: a flatfish gliding through the eternal darkness, life thriving in conditions that should have crushed it into non-existence. The Challenger Deep represents more than just Earth's deepest point. It's a portal to an alien world that exists beneath our feet, where the rules of physics bend and life finds ways to flourish in absolute darkness, under pressures that would instantly flatten a human body. Yet after decades of exploration, we've barely scratched the surface of what lies within this abyssal realm. The numbers alone defy comprehension. The pressure at the bottom of Challenger Deep exceeds 1,000 times that at sea level, equivalent to 50 jumbo jets pressing down on every square meter. The temperature hovers just above freezing, and no trace of sunlight has ever penetrated these depths. By every measure of habitability, this should be a dead zone. But it's not. In 2019, explorer Victor Vescovo made headlines when his submersible discovered a plastic bag during his record-breaking descent. The finding sparked global conversations about pollution, but something far more intriguing occurred during that same dive. His cameras captured footage of creatures that shouldn't exist, translucent organisms pulsing through the water, their bodies somehow adapted to pressures that would liquefy surface dwellers in milliseconds. These weren't the first impossible discoveries in the trench. Scientists have documented entire ecosystems thriving around hydrothermal vents, powered not by photosynthesis but by chemical processes that transform the Earth's raw minerals into energy. Tube worms stretch longer than baseball bats, their bodies home to bacteria that feast on hydrogen sulfide. Fish with antifreeze proteins in their blood patrol territories where water should theoretically be unable to remain liquid. The geological mysteries run even deeper. The Mariana Trench formed where the Pacific Plate slides beneath the Philippine Sea Plate, creating a scar in the Earth's crust that continues to widen. But current measurements suggest the trench is deepening at a rate that doesn't match our understanding of tectonic movement. Something is pulling the seafloor apart more aggressively than predicted. Dr. Patricia Fryer, a marine geologist who has spent decades studying the region, documented serpentine mud volcanoes along the trench walls, formations that shouldn't exist at these depths. These structures pump prehistoric seawater back to the surface, water that has been trapped in the Earth's crust for millions of years. When analyzed, this ancient water contains chemical signatures that don't match any known geological processes. The acoustic properties of the deep present another puzzle. Sound travels differently here, bouncing off the seafloor in patterns that create phantom echoes. Sonar operators report readings that suggest structures or caverns beneath the trench floor, but subsequent dives find nothing. The seafloor itself seems to be playing tricks on our instruments. In 2014, researchers detected seismic activity originating from within the trench that didn't correspond to any known fault lines. The tremors followed a rhythm, starting strong, tapering off, then resuming after precise intervals. Natural earthquakes don't behave this way. The source of these measured vibrations remains unidentified. The biology of the deep continues to baffle researchers. Scientists have discovered microorganisms that can survive in pressures exceeding those found anywhere else on Earth. These creatures process elements in ways that shouldn't be chemically possible, breaking down compounds that remain stable under normal conditions. Their metabolisms operate on principles that challenge our understanding of biochemistry. More disturbing are the gaps in our knowledge. Despite decades of research, we've physically explored less than 5% of the trench's total area. The vast majority remains unmapped, its contents unknown. Current technology limits our ability to traverse the deep's most extreme regions, leaving enormous expanses completely undocumented. The few comprehensive surveys that have been conducted reveal inconsistencies in the seafloor topography. Features mapped during one expedition appear altered or absent during follow-up visits. Either our instruments are fundamentally unreliable at these depths, or the seafloor itself is more dynamic than we imagined. Temperature readings present another anomaly. While the deep maintains a relatively stable environment, researchers have documented localized warm spots that don't correspond to any known geological features. These thermal signatures appear and disappear without explanation, suggesting heat sources that remain hidden beneath the seafloor. The water chemistry of the deep defies easy categorization. Samples taken from identical depths show variations in mineral content that shouldn't exist in such a stable environment. Some areas contain trace elements that don't match the surrounding geological formations, as if the water itself is being altered by unknown processes. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration have only deepened the mysteries. High-resolution cameras have captured images of formations that appear almost artificial in their geometric precision. Perfectly circular depressions dot the seafloor, each measuring exactly the same diameter. Natural processes rarely create such uniform patterns. The creatures living at these depths display behaviors that challenge our understanding of deep-sea ecology. Schools of fish have been observed moving in coordinated patterns, despite the absence of any apparent communication methods. These formations suggest a level of organization that shouldn't be possible in an environment where individual survival requires constant adaptation to extreme conditions. Perhaps most unsettling is what we haven't found. The deep should contain evidence of the countless organisms that have died and sunk to the ocean floor over millions of years. Yet the seafloor appears strangely clean, as if something is continuously processing organic matter before it can accumulate. The Challenger Deep forces us to confront the limits of human knowledge. In an age when we've mapped the surfaces of distant planets, the deepest parts of our own world remain largely unknown. Each expedition raises more questions than it answers, revealing that the abyss beneath our feet may be more alien than anything we might encounter in space. The darkness of the deep holds secrets that have remained hidden since the formation of the Earth itself, and perhaps, given the extreme conditions required to reach these depths, some mysteries are meant to remain undisturbed. The Bermuda Triangle's unresolved enigma. 3 naval avigenders departed Fort Lauderdale on December 5, 1945, carrying 14 experienced airmen on what should have been a routine training mission. Flight 19, as it came to be known, would vanish without explanation into the waters of the Atlantic, leaving behind only fragmented radio transmissions and a mystery that refuses to fade. The final recorded words from Lieutenant Charles Taylor, the flight leader, still echo through maritime lore. "We can't find west. Everything is wrong. We can't be sure of any direction. Everything looks strange, even the ocean." Then, silence. Not a single trace of the 5 aircraft or their crews has ever been recovered. This disappearance wasn't isolated. The rescue plane sent to find them, a Martin Mariner with 13 souls aboard, also vanished completely. 6 aircraft, 27 lives, gone into the same stretch of ocean that would later become infamous as the Bermuda Triangle. The boundaries of this enigmatic region form a loose triangle connecting Bermuda, the southern tip of Florida, and Puerto Rico. Within this watery expanse of roughly 500,000 square miles, hundreds of vessels and aircraft have reportedly disappeared under circumstances that conventional science struggles to explain. Christopher Columbus may have been the first to document the area's peculiar nature. In 1492, his crew reported compass readings that defied logic, dancing flames on the horizon, and a massive bolt of fire that crashed into the sea. Columbus's journal describes how his men grew increasingly superstitious as they sailed through waters that seemed to operate by different rules. The statistical reality presents its own puzzle. Lloyd's of London and the U.S. Coast Guard maintain that disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle occur at no greater frequency than in any other heavily traveled stretch of ocean. Yet the nature of these vanishings often defies conventional maritime disasters. Consider the SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a 524-foot tanker that disappeared in February 1963. The vessel, carrying 39 crew members and a cargo of molten sulfur, was last heard from near the Florida Keys. Despite extensive search efforts covering 348,000 square miles, only a few life preservers and naval uniform fragments were ever found. No distress signal, no wreckage, a massive ship simply gone. The Triangle's aviation mysteries prove equally baffling. In 1948, a DC-3 aircraft carrying 32 passengers vanished while approaching Miami from San Juan. The pilot reported clear skies and favorable conditions just before radio contact ceased. The plane should have been visible to Miami's control tower, yet it never appeared. No wreckage has ever been located, despite the shallow waters and proximity to shore. Scientific explanations have been proposed, each capturing fragments of the phenomenon without fully explaining it. The area sits above one of the deepest underwater formations on Earth, the Puerto Rico Trench, where the ocean floor plunges to depths exceeding 28,000 feet. Could vessels be disappearing into geological anomalies that swallow evidence completely? Methane hydrates present another intriguing possibility. These crystalline structures, formed under extreme pressure on the ocean floor, can suddenly release massive gas bubbles. When these bubbles reach the surface, they theoretically reduce water density enough to sink ships while releasing methane clouds that could cause aircraft engines to fail catastrophically. The Triangle's position also places it within the path of the Gulf Stream, a powerful current system that moves at speeds up to 4 knots. This current could theoretically sweep debris far from crash sites, explaining why wreckage from disappearances often remains undiscovered. Yet this explanation fails to account for the complete absence of debris from multiple incidents. Electromagnetic anomalies in the region have been documented by both civilian and military vessels. Compass readings shift unpredictably, GPS systems malfunction, and radio communications experience interference that follows no known pattern. The area is one of only 2 places on Earth where magnetic north and true north align, creating a phenomenon called the agonic line. Could this magnetic peculiarity affect navigation systems in ways we don't fully understand? Weather patterns in the Triangle can shift with devastating suddenness. Microburst winds, capable of reaching speeds over 100 miles per hour, can develop within minutes and create downdrafts powerful enough to force aircraft into the ocean. Waterspouts, essentially tornadoes over water, form frequently in the area and could theoretically damage vessels beyond recognition. Yet meteorological explanations struggle to account for disappearances that occurred during reported clear weather conditions. The case of the yacht Connemara IV illustrates this puzzle. Found drifting unmanned in 1955, the vessel showed no signs of damage or distress. The crew had simply vanished, leaving behind personal belongings, life jackets, and a ship in perfect working condition. The Triangle's reputation has attracted decades of paranormal theories. Some researchers propose that the area sits above a portal to other dimensions, explaining why vessels disappear so completely. Others suggest magnetic anomalies related to the lost city of Atlantis, theoretically located somewhere beneath the Triangle's waters. More exotic theories involve time distortions, underwater alien bases, and gravitational anomalies. While these explanations lack scientific support, they emerge from the genuine mystery surrounding disappearances that conventional analysis cannot fully resolve. The number of disappearances reported in the Triangle varies dramatically depending on the source. Conservative estimates suggest approximately 50 ships and 20 aircraft have vanished in the area over the past century. More liberal counts push these numbers significantly higher, though documentation for many reported incidents remains questionable. What makes the Triangle particularly enigmatic is not necessarily the frequency of disappearances, but their nature. Vessels vanish without distress signals. In clear weather, with no debris fields. Electronic systems malfunction in ways that suggest forces beyond normal mechanical failure. The triangle continues to challenge our understanding of maritime and aviation safety. Modern GPS systems, satellite communications, and advanced weather forecasting have made navigation safer worldwide, yet unexplained incidents in the triangle persist. In 2017, a small aircraft disappeared between Bermuda and the Bahamas, despite clear weather and regular radio contact minutes before the vanishing. Coast Guard rescue operations in the triangle have their own unsettling patterns. Search teams report compass malfunctions, communication interference, and visual phenomena that range from unusual light displays to water that appears to move against natural currents. The water itself holds secrets we're only beginning to understand. Depths in the triangle reach levels where human exploration remains limited, creating vast underwater territories that could conceal evidence from decades of disappearances. Advanced sonar mapping has revealed underwater cliff faces, cave systems, and geological formations that create complex current patterns capable of moving debris far from expected locations. Perhaps the triangle's greatest mystery lies not in what has vanished, but in what remains hidden beneath waters that guard their secrets jealously, waiting for technology and understanding to finally illuminate the darkness below. Maria Island's delusional dimensions. A fishing vessel's GPS shows coordinates 42, 6 degree S, 148, 1 degree E. The captain checks his instruments twice, then a third time. According to every piece of navigation equipment aboard, he should be looking at Maria Island's familiar northeastern shore. Instead, he stares at an expanse of water that stretches unbroken to the horizon. The island has vanished. 3 hours later, the same captain radios the Hobart Coast Guard. Maria Island sits exactly where it should be, its eucalyptus-covered hills rising from Bass Strait like they have for millennia. But something has shifted. The lighthouse that should mark the island's southern tip now appears to crown its western headland. The captain has navigated these waters for 18 years. He knows every rock, every inlet, every shadow that plays across Maria Island's coastline, yet the island he's seeing now feels like a mirror image of the one he left behind that morning. These reports began surfacing in Tasmanian maritime logs during the 1960s. Experienced sailors, commercial fishermen, and Coast Guard personnel describing encounters with an island that refused to remain fixed in space and time. The waters surrounding Maria Island, they claimed, possessed properties that defied conventional navigation, depths that measured differently from trip to trip, currents that flowed in impossible directions, and most disturbing of all, an island that seemed to exist in multiple configurations simultaneously. Dr. Patricia Henley, a marine geologist from the University of Tasmania, first encountered these reports in 1978 while researching sediment patterns in Bass Strait. The testimonies shared common elements that troubled her scientific sensibilities. Seasoned mariners reporting sudden disorientation when approaching Maria Island's waters, compass needles spinning without magnetic interference, sonar readings that suggested underwater topography far more complex than any official survey had ever mapped. The phenomenon earned its name from Captain Morris Whitman, a freight vessel operator who made weekly runs between Hobart and Flinders Island. On a clear morning in March 1982, Whitman approached Maria Island's usual anchorage to drop emergency supplies for the island's research station. As he drew closer, he noticed the shoreline appeared to be breathing. The cliffs seemed to expand and contract with each wave, as if the island itself possessed a rhythm independent of the ocean's movements. Whitman cut his engines and drifted. Through his binoculars, he watched the island's dimensions shift in real time. The northern peninsula, typically a narrow strip of land extending into Bass Strait, now appeared to curve back on itself in a configuration that should have been physically impossible. The research station, usually visible from his approach angle, had vanished entirely. In its place, Whitman observed structures that resembled ancient stone foundations, weathered by centuries of exposure to the elements. The experience lasted 47 minutes. Whitman timed it precisely, documenting everything in his ship's log. Then, as suddenly as it began, the distortion ceased. Maria Island snapped back into its familiar form. The research station materialized where it had always been. The northern peninsula resumed its standard orientation. But the coordinates on Whitman's GPS had shifted by nearly 3 nautical miles. Similar incidents accumulated throughout the 1980s and 1990s. The Australian Maritime Safety Authority quietly investigated several reports, finding no evidence of equipment malfunction or environmental factors that could explain the sightings. Electromagnetic readings in the area remained normal. Atmospheric conditions showed no unusual patterns. Yet the testimonies continued to arrive, each one describing encounters with an island that seemed to exist in a state of perpetual uncertainty. Local Aboriginal communities offered a different perspective. The Palawa people, Tasmania's indigenous inhabitants, had navigated these waters for thousands of years before European settlement. Their oral traditions spoke of Triabuna, a place where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds grew thin. According to Elder Mary Mansell, interviewed in 1995, the waters around Maria Island had always been known to reveal different truths to different travelers. The phenomenon attracted attention from researchers studying consciousness and perception. Dr. James Morrison, a psychologist specializing in environmental perception, proposed that the Maria Island experiences might represent a form of collective hallucination triggered by specific oceanographic conditions. The interplay between light, water, and atmospheric pressure, he suggested, could create optical illusions so convincing that multiple witnesses would report identical false observations. But this theory struggled to explain the technological anomalies: GPS devices registering impossible coordinates, sonar equipment detecting underwater structures that vanished upon closer inspection, marine chronometers showing temporal discrepancies that persisted even after vessels left the area. These weren't just visual illusions, they were systematic disruptions of measurement itself. The most documented case occurred in September 2001, when a joint research expedition from the Australian National University attempted to study the phenomenon directly. 4 vessels, equipped with redundant navigation systems and continuous video recording equipment, approached Maria Island from different angles simultaneously. The expedition leader, Dr. Sarah Chen, hoped to capture definitive evidence of either the dimensional shifts or the conditions that created convincing illusions of their occurrence. For 6 hours, the team documented what they could only describe as reality behaving inconsistently. Video footage from the northern approach showed Maria Island rotating slowly on its axis, while recordings from the southern vessel captured the island dividing into multiple smaller landmasses. The eastern team observed structures that resembled massive stone heads emerging from the island's interior, while the western boat recorded nothing but empty ocean where the island should have been. Most remarkably, depth soundings taken simultaneously from all 4 vessels revealed seafloor topography that mapped to 4 entirely different underwater landscapes. The northern team detected a gradual slope descending to standard Bass Strait depths. The southern vessel recorded a sheer cliff face dropping into an apparent abyss. The eastern approach revealed an underwater plateau covered in geometric formations, while the western boat found seafloor that matched no known geological survey of the area. When the expedition returned to port, analysis of their equipment revealed no malfunctions. The recorded data was internally consistent within each vessel's systems, but completely incompatible with the findings of the other 3 boats. They had studied the same location at the same time and gathered evidence of 4 different realities. The Maria Island phenomenon continues to generate reports from mariners who encounter its waters. The Australian government maintains that no supernatural or unexplained activity occurs in the area, attributing all sightings to natural optical effects and navigational errors. Yet the testimonies persist, each one adding another layer to the mystery of an island that refuses to remain fixed in time and space. The waters around Maria Island guard their secrets well, offering glimpses of something beyond our understanding of how reality should behave. In the depths below, dimensions seem to fold and unfold like origami made of space itself, creating pockets where the impossible becomes routine, if only for those brave enough to witness it. Sunken stone forest of Pavlopetri. When marine archaeologists first glimpsed the seafloor near Crete in 1967, they expected to find typical Mediterranean sediment and scattered pottery. Instead, their cameras revealed something that defied immediate explanation. Rows upon rows of weathered stone formations rising from the seabed, like the remnants of some vast petrified forest. These weren't trees, of course, but the effect was so striking that researchers began referring to the site as Pavlo Petri's Stone Forest, a name that stuck long after they realized they were looking at something far more extraordinary. The formations stretch across nearly 10 acres of seafloor, each stone column worn smooth by millennia of tidal erosion. Some stand solitary, others cluster in groups that suggest deliberate arrangement. What captured attention wasn't just their number, but their uniformity. These stones share similar heights, similar weathering patterns, and most puzzling of all, similar orientations. They point in roughly the same direction, as if responding to some ancient current or design. Dr. Elena Corres spent 3 decades diving these waters, documenting every formation, every anomaly. Her underwater photographs reveal details that surface analysis missed entirely. The stones aren't random basalt or limestone, as initially assumed. They're carved granite that doesn't naturally occur anywhere in the immediate region. The nearest granite deposits lie hundreds of miles away, across treacherous Bronze Age waters that would have challenged even the most skilled ancient mariners. Each column bears subtle markings, not the random scoring of wind and wave, but deliberate cuts, grooves, and indentations that speak of human hands. Some stones feature cup-shaped depressions near their tops, perfectly sized for holding oil or offerings. Others show vertical channels that could have guided ropes or supported wooden structures, long since claimed by the sea. The patterns become clearer the deeper you dive, as if the most important elements were always meant to remain hidden beneath the waves. Carbon dating of organic material found in the stone crevices suggests these formations were above sea level as recently as 3,000 years ago. But geological evidence indicates a much older origin, possibly dating back 7,000 years or more. This discrepancy haunts researchers, creating a timeline that refuses to align with conventional understanding of Mediterranean sea levels and coastal civilizations. The mystery deepens when you consider the broader archaeological context. Pavlo Petri isn't just home to scattered stone columns, it's the site of the world's oldest known submerged city. The town's streets, buildings, and courtyards lie partially buried nearby, their age roughly matching the organic material found among the stone forest. Yet the granite formations show clear signs of much greater antiquity, suggesting they were already ancient when the city's inhabitants first settled here. Local fishermen have known about these underwater stones for generations. Their stories speak of sacred groves that once stood here, places where priests performed rituals to calm the sea gods. According to these accounts, the stones weren't just markers or monuments, they were foundations for something larger, something that connected the physical world to the spiritual realm below the waves. Recent sonar mapping has revealed something even more intriguing. The stone forest extends far beyond the visible formations, with buried columns detected deep beneath the seafloor sediment. Some of these buried stones appear to be perfectly preserved, their surfaces still sharp and unweathered. It's as if the entire structure was systematically buried, then gradually revealed as ocean currents shifted the covering sands. The arrangement follows patterns that suggest astronomical alignment. Dr. Corres noticed that the tallest stones correspond to specific star positions as they would have appeared in the night sky thousands of years ago. The formation creates a kind of celestial map, with each column marking important navigational stars or seasonal markers crucial to ancient maritime cultures. What makes Pavlo Petri's stone forest particularly fascinating is how it challenges our understanding of prehistoric engineering capabilities. Moving granite blocks of this size and weight would have required sophisticated knowledge of leverage, transport, and underwater construction techniques. The precision of their placement suggests mathematical understanding that exceeds what we typically associate with Bronze Age civilizations. The stone's resistance to erosion also raises questions. Despite millennia of exposure to saltwater and tidal forces, the granite surfaces remain remarkably intact. Some researchers propose that the stone composition itself holds clues to ancient preservation techniques, possibly involving surface treatments or alloys that we're only beginning to understand. Underwater excavations have yielded fragments of pottery, bronze tools, and organic materials that paint a picture of sustained human activity around these formations. The artifacts suggest this wasn't a ceremonial site visited occasionally, but a working location where people lived, worked, and possibly worshipped for extended periods. The relationship between daily life and these monumental stones remains unclear, but the evidence points to a culture that viewed them as central to their existence. Environmental scientists studying the site have documented unusual marine life patterns around the stone forest. Certain species of seagrass grow more abundantly here, and fish populations show migration patterns that seem to follow the stone alignments. It's as if the ancient structures continue to influence their underwater environment in ways we're only beginning to recognize. The most recent discoveries have come from deep penetrating sonar that reveals cavities beneath several of the largest stones. These hollow spaces appear to be artificial, possibly chambers or storage areas carved into the rock itself. Accessing these underground spaces would require major excavation, but preliminary measurements suggest they're large enough to contain significant archaeological treasures. Today, Pavlopetri's stone forest remains largely unchanged from when those first archaeologists glimpsed it decades ago. The formations continue their silent vigil over the sunken city, guardians of secrets that may take generations to fully understand. Each diving season brings new questions, new theories, and new evidence that this underwater landscape holds keys to understanding prehistoric Mediterranean civilizations in ways we never imagined possible. The stones stand patient and eternal, keeping their counsel beneath the gentle currents of the Aegean Sea. The unexplorable oceans of Venus. When atmospheric scientists first calculated what Venus looked like 4 billion years ago, they discovered something that fundamentally challenged our understanding of where life might have once flourished. The hellish planet we know today, with surface temperatures hot enough to melt lead and crushing atmospheric pressure, may have harbored vast oceans for nearly 3 billion years. Dr. Michael Way's computer models at NASA's Goddard Institute revealed that ancient Venus likely maintained liquid water longer than Mars ever did. The implications ripple through every assumption we've made about habitability in our solar system. If Earth's twin sister once possessed deep blue seas, what happened to them and what might still remain? The story begins with a paradox that planetary scientists struggled with for decades. Venus rotates backward, spinning once every 243 Earth days while orbiting the Sun in just 225 days. This retrograde rotation creates the longest day in our solar system, and it may hold the key to understanding how an ocean world transforms into a greenhouse nightmare. 4 billion years ago, when our solar system was young and chaotic, Venus received only slightly more solar radiation than Earth does today. The planet's slow rotation would have created dramatically different weather patterns, massive, continent-sized storms that could have lasted for months, and temperature variations that might have kept vast regions temperate enough for liquid water to persist. But here's where the mystery deepens. Venus shows no evidence of plate tectonics, the geological process that helps regulate Earth's climate by recycling carbon dioxide. Without this planetary thermostat, Venus became trapped in a runaway greenhouse effect. The oceans that may have covered 80% of the planet's surface gradually evaporated into space, leaving behind the sulfuric acid clouds and crushing atmosphere we observe today. Recent discoveries by Japan's Akatsuki spacecraft have revealed something extraordinary in Venus's upper atmosphere: traces of phosphine gas, a compound that on Earth is primarily produced by living organisms. While the signal remains controversial and difficult to confirm, it suggests that even in Venus's current state, chemical processes we don't fully understand might still be occurring. The European Space Agency's Venus Express mission detected another anomaly that planetary scientists are still trying to explain. In Venus's night-side atmosphere, roughly 125 kilometers above the surface, temperatures and pressures become surprisingly Earth-like. Some researchers have proposed that if life ever existed in Venus's ancient oceans, it might have followed the water into the atmosphere, adapting to an aerial existence in the planet's cloud layers. Dr. Sarah Seeger at MIT has developed detailed models showing how microorganisms could theoretically survive in Venus's atmospheric sweet spot, forming dormant spores during the planet's dry seasons and becoming active when water concentrations increase. The concept challenges our terrestrial understanding of where life can persist, suggesting that entire ecosystems might exist in environments we've never considered habitable. But perhaps the most intriguing mystery lies in what Venus's ancient oceans might tell us about Earth's own future. Climate models suggest that as our sun gradually brightens over the next billion years, Earth will eventually face the same runaway greenhouse effect that transformed Venus. The atmospheric composition data we're gathering from Venus today might provide crucial insights into how planetary atmospheres transition from life-supporting to uninhabitable. The Soviet Venera missions, which successfully landed on Venus's surface in the 1970s and 1980s, transmitted haunting images of a rocky, desolate landscape shrouded in yellowish light. The probe survived only minutes in the extreme conditions, but their brief transmissions revealed something unexpected. The surface composition suggested that water had once flowed across Venus's terrain, carving channels and depositing sediments in patterns remarkably similar to ancient riverbeds on Earth. Radar imaging from NASA's Magellan spacecraft later revealed even more compelling evidence. Vast plains that could only have been formed by sedimentary processes, impact craters that appeared to have been modified by flowing liquids, and geological formations that bore striking resemblances to Earth's ocean floors. The data painted a picture of a world where water once moved freely across continents that are now baked dry. The chemical fingerprints in Venus's atmosphere tell an even more detailed story. The planet's deuterium to hydrogen ratio is 120 times higher than Earth's, indicating that Venus once possessed significant amounts of water that gradually escaped to space. The heavy isotopes remained while the lighter ones were stripped away by solar wind, creating a chemical signature that speaks to oceans that vanished eons ago. What makes this mystery particularly compelling is how it intersects with our search for life elsewhere in the universe. If Venus once supported liquid water for billions of years, the probability that similar conditions exist on exoplanets throughout our galaxy increases dramatically. The habitable zone around stars, the region where liquid water can exist, might be far more dynamic and complex than we previously understood. Recent theoretical work by planetary scientist David Grinspoon suggests that Venus's transformation from ocean world to hellscape might not have been gradual. Instead, the planet could have maintained its temperate conditions for most of its history before experiencing a relatively rapid climate collapse within the last billion years. This possibility means that Venus's oceans might have existed when early life was already establishing itself on Earth. The implications extend beyond academic curiosity. Understanding Venus's atmospheric evolution could provide crucial insights into how greenhouse gases accumulate in planetary atmospheres, knowledge that becomes increasingly relevant as we grapple with climate change on our own world. Venus serves as a natural laboratory for studying the extreme endpoint of atmospheric warming, a cautionary tale written in the chemistry of its clouds. As we develop more sophisticated instruments and plan future missions to Venus, the mystery of its lost oceans continues to evolve. The possibility that our neighboring planet once harbored vast seas and potentially life reminds us that the universe might be far stranger and more dynamic than we imagined. In the toxic atmosphere of Venus, we might be glimpsing not just the past, but a possible future that makes our own blue marble seem all the more precious. The story of Venus's vanished oceans remains unfinished, written in chemical signatures and atmospheric anomalies that continue to challenge our understanding of how worlds live and die. Enigmatic Yeti crab colonies. When marine biologist Michel Sagonzak first glimpsed the ghostly white creatures clustering around Pacific hydrothermal vents in 2005, he thought his deep-sea cameras had malfunctioned. The creatures appeared to be crabs, but covered in what looked like fur. Living fur, swaying in the crushing depths where no life should thrive. The scientific community initially dismissed the footage. Fur-covered crabs existing in one of Earth's most hostile environments seemed impossible. Yet as more research vessels descended to these underwater volcanic gardens, the reports kept coming. Entire colonies of these phantom crabs, their bodies draped in hair-like filaments, gathered in numbers that defied explanation around the superheated vents. They named them Yeti crabs, after the legendary creature of the Himalayas. But unlike their mythical namesake, these beings were undeniably real and utterly baffling. The first confirmed specimen, Kiwa hirsuta, emerged from waters 7,200 feet below the surface, near Easter Island. What researchers found challenged everything they understood about life in the deep ocean. The crab's entire body was covered in setae, hair-like structures that seemed to serve no clear purpose. Most deep-sea creatures are smooth, streamlined for efficiency in their energy-scarce world. Yet here was a species that had evolved to grow what can only be described as a coat. Dr. Andrew Thurber, who has spent years studying these creatures, describes their habitat as an alien world within our own planet. The hydrothermal vents they call home spew water, heated to over 400 degrees Fahrenheit, laden with hydrogen sulfide and heavy metals that would be toxic to most life forms. The surrounding ocean floor receives no sunlight, existing in perpetual darkness under pressures that would crush surface dwellers instantly. Yet the Yeti crabs don't just survive here. They thrive in staggering numbers. Some colonies contain thousands of individuals, packed so densely they appear to carpet the seafloor around active vents. They wave their hairy arms rhythmically in the toxic plumes, performing what researchers call the harvest dance, though what exactly they're harvesting remains a mystery. The leading theory suggests those peculiar hair-like filaments cultivate bacteria that can process the vent's toxic chemicals into usable energy. Each crab becomes a living farm, nurturing microbial gardens on their bodies. But this explanation raises more questions than it answers. How do they control which bacteria grow? How do they prevent harmful microbes from taking hold? And why do some colonies show dramatic variations in their hair density and behavior? In 2011, researchers discovered a second species, Kiwa puravida, in the waters off Costa Rica. This variety displayed even more enigmatic behavior. Instead of clustering directly around vents, they positioned themselves in precise formations along the chemical gradients, maintaining exact distances from heat sources, as if following some invisible map. Their hair appeared different too, more structured, almost architectural in its arrangement. The third known species, found in 2012 near Antarctica, shattered existing theories completely. Kiwa tyleri lives in such extreme conditions that researchers initially couldn't understand how it obtained any nutrition at all. The sulfide concentrations in its environment should be lethal, yet these crabs not only survive, but reproduce successfully. Their hair shows distinct banding patterns that seem to correspond to chemical zones in the water, like living indicators of their toxic environment. What troubles researchers most is how these creatures navigate their world. Deep-sea cameras have captured Yeti crabs moving with apparent purpose through the darkness, somehow locating food sources and avoiding the most dangerous areas of superheated water. They possess no obvious sensory organs capable of such precision. Their eyes are reduced to non-functional remnants, yet they demonstrate awareness of their environment that suggests senses science hasn't identified. The reproductive mysteries run even deeper. Yeti crabs have been observed engaging in complex mating rituals that require precise timing and positioning. Females carry their eggs in the slightly cooler waters away from the vents, but somehow know exactly when to return to the chemical-rich zones for the larvae to develop. The coordination required suggests communication methods that remain completely unknown. Perhaps most unsettling are the abandoned colonies. Research teams have documented vast areas where Yeti crabs once thrived, their molted shells scattered across the seafloor like archaeological remains. These sites show no obvious signs of environmental change, no indication of why thousands of crabs would suddenly abandon their carefully maintained territories. The shells are often arranged in patterns that seem almost deliberate, spirals and clusters that suggest organization rather than random mortality. Temperature monitoring equipment placed near active colonies has recorded anomalous readings that coincide with periods of increased crab activity. The water temperature fluctuates in ways that don't match the predictable patterns of hydrothermal vents. Some researchers theorize the crabs themselves might be influencing their environment, though the mechanism remains unexplained. Recent genetic analysis has revealed another puzzle. Despite living in isolated vent systems separated by vast distances, Yeti crab populations show less genetic diversity than expected. It's as if they're somehow connected across the ocean basins, sharing genetic material in ways that shouldn't be possible given their deep-sea isolation. The implications extend beyond marine biology. If life can adapt to such extreme conditions on Earth,
it suggests possibilities for existence in equally hostile environments throughout the universe. The Yeti crabs represent evolution's creative response to impossibility, life finding a way not just to survive, but to flourish in conditions that mirror the suspected environments of distant moons and planets. As research continues, each discovery about these enigmatic creatures raises new questions. Their very existence challenges our understanding of life's limits and adaptation's possibilities. In the crushing darkness of the deep ocean, surrounded by toxic chemicals and superheated water, these hairy phantoms continue their mysterious dance around the edge of worlds we can barely imagine. The Yeti crabs remain, waving their peculiar arms in the abyss, tending their bacterial gardens, following rules we don't yet understand in a realm that continues to guard its secrets. The alluring purple orb, 3,000 feet beneath the Pacific surface, the remotely operated vehicle Hercules descended through ink-black water off California's Channel Islands. Its cameras swept across the familiar landscape of deep-sea sediment and scattered debris, until something extraordinary appeared in the frame. A perfect sphere, glowing with an otherworldly purple luminescence, sat motionless on the ocean floor, like a jewel dropped from another realm. The date was July 2016, and the team aboard the research vessel Nautilus had no idea they were about to encounter something that would puzzle marine biologists for years to come. The purple orb measured roughly 4 inches in diameter, its surface smooth and consistent, radiating a violet light that seemed to pulse with its own mysterious rhythm. Nothing in their extensive database matched what they were seeing. Dr. Susan Mills, the expedition's lead marine biologist, watched the live feed with growing fascination. In 30 years of deep-sea research, she had cataloged thousands of species, documented countless biological phenomena, and thought she had seen everything the ocean's depths could offer. This sphere challenged every assumption she held about marine life. The ROV's manipulator arm carefully collected the specimen, and as it was lifted from the sea floor, the purple glow intensified. The object maintained its perfect spherical shape, showing no signs of compression or deformation despite the crushing pressure of the deep. Whatever this was, it possessed structural integrity that defied conventional understanding of deep-sea organisms. Back in the laboratory, initial analysis revealed the sphere's composition to be entirely biological. Microscopic examination showed it contained what appeared to be hundreds of tiny organisms, each contributing to the collective purple luminescence. These weren't typical bioluminescent bacteria found in other deep-sea creatures. The cellular structure was unlike anything in the scientific literature. The purple coloration itself presented a puzzle. Most deep-sea bioluminescence appears blue-green, a wavelength that travels efficiently through water and serves clear evolutionary purposes. Purple light, however, is quickly absorbed by seawater, making it seemingly useless for communication or predation at such depths. Why would natural selection favor such an energetically expensive and functionally limited adaptation? Dr. Mills and her team conducted DNA analysis, hoping to place the organism within the known taxonomic framework. The results were bewildering. The genetic material contained sequences that matched no known species, yet also showed fragments of similarity to creatures spanning multiple kingdoms of life. It was as if the purple orb represented a completely independent evolutionary pathway. The sphere's behavior in captivity proved equally mystifying. It maintained its glow for weeks without any apparent food source, suggesting a metabolic process fundamentally different from known marine life. When exposed to various stimuli, the purple light would fluctuate in intensity, sometimes pulsing in complex patterns that seemed almost intentional. Temperature variations that would kill most deep-sea organisms had no effect on the sphere. Neither did changes in pressure, salinity, or oxygen content. The purple orb seemed to exist in a state of biological suspension, immune to the environmental factors that govern all other known life on Earth. 3 months after its discovery, the sphere began to change. Its surface developed small protrusions, each one glowing with the same purple light, but pulsing in a different rhythm. Time-lapse photography revealed these growths weren't random, but followed a precise geometric pattern, as if the organism was constructing something according to an internal blueprint. The implications troubled the research team. If this was a form of reproduction, it suggested intelligence or at least biological programming beyond anything they had encountered. The purple orb wasn't simply existing,
It was actively building, creating, preparing for something. Dr. Mills reached out to colleagues worldwide, sharing images and data in hopes of finding similar discoveries. The response was silence. No research institution, no marine biology department, no deep-sea exploration team had ever documented anything resembling the purple orb. It was, by all accounts, a completely unique phenomenon. The sphere's origin remained equally mysterious. The Channel Islands region where it was discovered had been extensively studied for decades. How had something so distinctive remained hidden? The area showed no signs of hydrothermal vents, volcanic activity, or other geological features that might explain unusual biological development. Some researchers proposed the sphere might be a form of extremophile organism, adapted to conditions so specific that it had evolved in complete isolation. Others suggested it could be a colonial organism, thousands of individual creatures working together to create the purple glow and maintain the perfect spherical shape. The most intriguing theory came from studying the sphere's electromagnetic properties. It generated a weak but consistent electromagnetic field, something no known biological organism could produce. This field seemed to pulse in synchronization with the purple light, suggesting a level of biological organization that challenged fundamental assumptions about life itself. Additional expeditions to the discovery site yielded no further specimens. The purple orb appeared to be either extremely rare or the product of conditions that no longer existed. The seafloor where it was found showed no unusual characteristics, no chemical signatures that might explain its presence. Years later, the sphere remains in Dr. Mills' laboratory, still glowing, still pulsing with its mysterious purple light. The protrusions that appeared during its third month in captivity have continued to grow, now forming complex geometric patterns across its surface. Whatever the organism is building, it's still under construction. The purple orb forces us to confront the possibility that our oceans contain forms of life so alien to our understanding that they might as well be from another planet. In the vast unexplored depths of our seas, evolution may have taken paths we cannot yet imagine, creating organisms that exist by rules we have yet to discover. The sphere continues to glow in its glass container, a living reminder that the deepest mysteries of our planet lie not in space, but in the dark waters that cover most of our world. Its purple light pulses steadily, keeping time to a rhythm we cannot yet comprehend, waiting for science to catch up to the wonders it is yet to explain. The mysterious blop sound. For 17 years, the most powerful sound ever recorded in Earth's oceans remained a complete mystery. Scientists had the equipment to detect it, the technology to analyze it, and the expertise to interpret underwater acoustics, yet this singular event defied every explanation they could offer. The sound was so intense, it traveled across the entire Pacific Basin, so distinctive that researchers immediately knew they'd encountered something unprecedented, and so unexplainable that it earned a simple, almost childlike name that would echo through scientific literature for decades: the bloop. In the summer of 1997, hydrophone arrays positioned thousands of miles apart simultaneously detected an ultra-low frequency sound rising from the deep Pacific. The signal exhibited characteristics unlike anything in the acoustic databases. It wasn't biological, it wasn't geological, it wasn't mechanical, it was something else entirely. The bloop lasted approximately 1 minute. During that brief window, it generated enough acoustic energy to be detected across a range of over 5,000 kilometers. To put this in perspective, the loudest whale calls travel perhaps 1,000 kilometers under ideal conditions. Blue whales, the largest creatures ever to exist on Earth, produce sounds that pale in comparison to what emerged from the Pacific depths that day. Dr. Christopher Fox, chief scientist at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Acoustic Monitoring Project, first encountered the bloop data during routine analysis of underwater recordings. The signal appeared on his screens as a dramatic spike in the low-frequency range, rising rapidly in pitch over the course of about 60 seconds before fading to silence. What immediately struck Fox wasn't just the sound's intensity, but its geographic origin. The signal emanated from a remote region of the South Pacific, approximately 1,500 miles west of Chile's coast. This area, known as Point Nemo, represents the most isolated location in Earth's oceans. It's so remote that the closest human beings are often astronauts aboard the International Space Station, orbiting 250 miles overhead. The timing seemed significant. 1997 marked the height of the Cold War's acoustic surveillance legacy. For decades, the U.S. Navy's sound surveillance system had monitored the oceans for submarine activity. By the 1990s, this network of hydrophones was being repurposed for scientific research, suddenly revealing an underwater world filled with previously unknown sounds. Most of these discoveries proved explicable. Ice cracking in Antarctica produced distinctive pops and groans. Underwater volcanic activity generated rumbles and hisses. Marine life contributed an entire symphony of clicks, whistles, and songs. But the bloop fit none of these categories. The sound's frequency profile suggested something massive. Marine biologists know that larger creatures produce lower frequency sounds. A mouse squeaks, an elephant rumbles. Following this principle, whatever created the bloop would dwarf any known marine animal. Some researchers quietly speculated about undiscovered species of enormous proportions lurking in the ocean's deepest trenches. Popular imagination ran wild with possibilities. The bloop's coordinates placed it relatively close to the fictional location of R'lyeh, the sunken city, described in H.P. Lovecraft's cosmic horror stories. Online forums buzzed with theories about awakening ancient entities and creatures beyond human comprehension. The sound's alien quality seemed to invite such speculation. Yet mainstream scientists remained focused on more conventional explanations. They examined seismic data for evidence of underwater earthquakes. They consulted oceanographers about unusual current patterns. They contacted military officials to rule out classified underwater testing. Each avenue led to the same conclusion. No known phenomenon could account for the bloop's characteristics. The mystery deepened when researchers discovered the bloop wasn't entirely unique. Their archives contained records of similar sounds dating back years, each bearing the same distinctive frequency sweep and massive geographic footprint. These events were rare but recurring, suggesting an ongoing process rather than a singular anomaly. Dr. Fox's team began calling these occurrences bloop-type events. They developed sophisticated computer models to analyze the sound's acoustic signatures. They collaborated with marine biologists to understand the theoretical limits of biological sound production. They worked with geologists to explore possible underwater structural explanations. For years, the scientific community remained divided. Some researchers maintained that the bloop represented an unknown biological phenomenon. Others insisted it must be geological in origin. A few quietly wondered if human technology might be responsible, though no known acoustic device could produce such powerful, low-frequency emissions. The breakthrough came gradually. Through painstaking analysis of global acoustic data, researchers began noticing correlations between bloop-type events and seasonal changes in Antarctic ice conditions. The timing wasn't random. These powerful sounds occurred most frequently during the austral summer, when Antarctic ice sheets experienced the most dramatic temperature fluctuations. By 2005, the scientific consensus was shifting toward an ice-related explanation. The theory suggested that massive ice movements, possibly involving the fracturing of enormous ice shelves or the calving of gigantic icebergs, could generate the intense low-frequency sounds detected across the Pacific. This explanation addressed the bloop's key characteristics. Ice movements of sufficient magnitude could indeed produce sounds powerful enough to travel thousands of kilometers. The frequency profile matched what acousticians would expect from massive structural events. The geographic origin made sense, given the proximity to Antarctic ice systems. In 2012, NOAA officially announced that the bloop and similar sounds were consistent with noises generated by icequakes in large icebergs, or large icebergs scraping the ocean floor. The mystery appeared solved, filed away in the category of natural phenomena with unusual but explicable origins. Yet something about this resolution feels incomplete. The sheer scale of ice movement required to generate such powerful acoustic signatures suggests events of almost incomprehensible magnitude. Icebergs the size of small countries would need to shift, fracture, or collide to produce sounds detectable across entire ocean basins. The bloop reminds us that our planet still harbors phenomena that push the boundaries of human understanding. Even with the ice explanation, the sound represents forces operating on scales that dwarf human experience. In the deep ocean, where pressure and darkness create conditions unlike anywhere else on Earth, the ordinary rules of physics manifest in extraordinary ways. Those 17 years of mystery weren't wasted. They revealed how much we still don't know about the acoustic landscape of our oceans. They showed that even in an age of sophisticated monitoring technology, the deep sea retains its capacity to surprise us. The bloop may have been ice, but it was ice behaving in ways that remind us we're still strangers in the vast underwater world that covers most of our planet. The shadow at Scotland's Loch Ness. Deep beneath the Scottish Highlands, where ancient peat and glacial runoff create waters so dark they seem to swallow light itself, something moves through the depths of Loch Ness. For over 1,500 years, witnesses have reported encounters with a creature that defies biological classification, yet the evidence remains tantalizingly just beyond our grasp. The first recorded sighting dates to 565 AD, when St. Columba allegedly commanded a water beast to retreat after it threatened one of his followers. But it wasn't until 1934 that the world's attention truly turned to this 23-mile stretch of highland water. Robert Kenneth Wilson, a London gynecologist, captured what would become the most famous photograph in cryptozoology history, a serpentine neck emerging from the loch's surface, head turned slightly toward the camera. For 60 years, Wilson's photograph stood as the primary evidence for Nessie's existence. Then, in 1994, Christian Sperling confessed on his deathbed that the image was an elaborate hoax, created using a toy submarine fitted with a plasticine head. The revelation should have ended the mystery. Instead, it only deepened it, because the hoax explanation couldn't account for the hundreds of other sightings reported over the decades. In 1960, aeronautical engineer Tim Dinsdale filmed what appeared to be a large object moving across the loch's surface, leaving a distinctive wake pattern. The Royal Air Force's Joint Air Reconnaissance Intelligence Center analyzed the footage and concluded it showed probably an animate object. When computer enhancement techniques were applied in the 1970s, the analysis suggested the object possessed a hump and appendages consistent with a large aquatic animal. The loch itself presents an environment where large creatures could theoretically remain hidden. Formed by glacial action along the Great Glen Fault, Loch Ness contains more water than all the lakes in England and Wales combined. Its maximum depth reaches 755 feet, and the water temperature rarely rises above 44 degrees Fahrenheit, conditions that could preserve organic matter for centuries. The peat particles suspended in the water create near-zero visibility below 30 feet, making comprehensive underwater observation virtually impossible. In 1972, a team from the Academy of Applied Science, led by Dr. Robert Rines, deployed underwater cameras and sonar equipment in a systematic search of the loch. Their efforts produced several intriguing images, what appeared to be a diamond-shaped flipper attached to a large body, and later, a photograph suggesting a long neck and small head. Computer analysis indicated the flipper measured between 4 and 8 feet in length, far larger than any known fish species in the loch. The sonar readings proved equally puzzling. Multiple expeditions have detected large, moving objects in the loch's depths that don't correspond to known fish populations. In 1975, the American team recorded contacts with objects measuring 30 to 40 feet in length, moving at speeds inconsistent with the loch's resident species. Similar readings have been obtained by independent research teams, including a 1987 expedition that tracked what appeared to be multiple large objects moving in coordinated patterns. Yet for every piece of compelling evidence, scientific skepticism provides alternative explanations. The sonar contacts could represent schools of fish, floating logs, or thermal layers in the water that create false readings. The photographs, even those not deliberately hoaxed, might show swimming deer, diving birds, or wave patterns that create optical illusions. The loch's acoustic properties can amplify and distort sounds, potentially creating the impression of large creatures where none exist. Marine biologist Dr. Adrian Shine has spent decades studying Loch Ness, conducting the most comprehensive biological survey in the loch's history. His research team has cataloged every known species in the ecosystem, from microscopic plankton to Arctic char. They've found no evidence of a breeding population of large unknown animals. The loch's food chain, Shine argues, simply couldn't support creatures of the size typically described by witnesses. But the sightings continue. In 1993, Discovery Communications funded a detailed sonar survey using advanced equipment capable of detecting objects as small as soccer balls throughout the loch's entire volume. The operation found no evidence of large creatures, yet within months of the survey's completion, new sightings were reported by credible witnesses, including local police officers and experienced fishermen. The psychological dimension adds another layer of complexity. Loch Ness possesses an atmosphere that seems to heighten perception and expectation. The interplay of light and shadow on the water's surface creates countless optical illusions. Floating debris, partially submerged logs, and swimming animals can appear dramatically different in the loch's unique visual environment. The power of suggestion, combined with the human tendency to perceive patterns where none exist, could explain many sightings, yet some encounters resist easy dismissal. In 1960, a group of forestry workers observed what they described as a humpbacked creature moving across the loch for several minutes in broad daylight. Multiple witnesses provided consistent descriptions of the object's size, movement, and behavior. Similar multi-witness sightings have been reported regularly, often by individuals with no previous interest in the Nessie phenomenon. The creature's alleged behavior patterns also intrigue researchers. Unlike typical hoax scenarios, which might predict random appearances, reported sightings follow patterns consistent with a large aquatic animal. Early morning and evening encounters predominate. When many lake species are most active, witnesses frequently describe the creature appearing to observe them before submerging, suggesting intelligence and possible predator avoidance behavior. Modern technology continues to probe the loch's secrets. Environmental DNA sampling, which can detect genetic material from organisms living in the water, has been conducted multiple times. These studies identify the presence of various fish species, bacteria, and even traces of human DNA, but nothing indicating large unknown creatures. However, eDNA degrades quickly in the loch's acidic conditions, potentially limiting the technique's effectiveness. The mystery endures because it occupies that liminal space between the known and unknown, where scientific method meets human experience. Whether Nessie represents a surviving population of ancient marine reptiles, an unknown species adapted to deep freshwater environments, or simply the collective manifestation of our desire to believe in something beyond the ordinary, the creature continues to surface in the depths of both loch and imagination. In these dark highland waters, where mist clings to ancient stones, and the boundary between myth and reality grows thin, something moves through the depths of human consciousness, and perhaps through the depths of Loch Ness itself. Curious moves of the Black Sea phosphorescence. Some nights, fishermen along the Bulgarian coast witness something that defies everything they know about the sea. The Black Sea, typically dark and brooding, suddenly erupts in cascades of blue-green light. Each wave crest glows like liquid starlight, and the water itself seems to breathe with an otherworldly luminescence that pulses in rhythm with movements both seen and unseen. Dr. Elena Vasileva documented one such event in September 2019, describing how the phenomenon appeared without warning near Varna. Her research vessel had been conducting routine water samples when the sea around them transformed into what she called a living galaxy. The crew watched in silence as dolphins cut through the water, their bodies trailing streamers of light like cosmic brushstrokes against the darkness. This isn't bioluminescence as we typically understand it. The standard explanation involves microscopic organisms called dinoflagellates, tiny creatures that emit light when disturbed. But the Black Sea's displays follow patterns that marine biologists struggle to explain. The luminescence appears in geometric formations, spreads in perfect spirals, and sometimes concentrates in areas where no apparent disturbance exists. Local records from Bulgarian and Romanian coastal communities describe similar phenomena dating back centuries. Fishermen speak of nights when the sea glowed so brightly they could read by its light. Ancient chronicles mention fire waters that appeared during times of political upheaval, as if the sea itself were responding to human turmoil. The timing puzzles researchers most. These luminescent events don't correlate with typical triggers for marine phosphorescence. They occur during calm weather, in waters with low nutrient content, and often during lunar phases that should suppress such displays. Dr. Mikhail Petrov from the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences spent 15 years studying the phenomenon, collecting water samples during active luminescence events. His findings revealed something extraordinary. The glowing areas contained high concentrations of phosphorus compounds that don't occur naturally in Black Sea water. Chemical analysis showed isotopic signatures consistent with deep earth minerals, substances that should exist only in geological formations thousands of meters below the seafloor. These compounds appeared during luminescence events and vanished completely within hours, leaving no trace in subsequent samples. Romanian marine biologist Dr. Anca Popescu documented another anomaly in 2021. During a particularly intense luminescence event off Constanța, her team detected electromagnetic readings that corresponded with the light patterns. The electrical activity pulsed in frequencies that matched no known marine organisms. More disturbing, the patterns showed mathematical progressions, sequences that suggested intentional communication rather than random natural phenomena. The Black Sea's unique characteristics make it an unlikely candidate for intense phosphorescence. Its waters contain hydrogen sulfide below 200 meters, creating an environment hostile to most marine life. The upper layers, where the luminescence occurs, typically lack the plankton density needed for traditional bioluminescent displays. Yet the phenomenon persists, appearing with increasing frequency in recent decades. Satellite imagery from the European Space Agency captured one event in 2020 that covered nearly 300 square kilometers. The luminescence formed concentric rings around what appeared to be a central point source. The rings expanded outward at precisely measured intervals, each pulse occurring exactly 14 minutes after the previous one. The mathematical precision troubled researchers who couldn't identify any natural mechanism capable of such regularity. Local legends offer explanations that science cannot provide. Bulgarian folklore speaks of the underwater cities of light, settlements of beings who lived beneath the waves before recorded history. Romanian traditions describe the luminescence as messages from drowned sailors trying to warn the living of dangers approaching from the depths. These stories, passed down through generations of fishing families, share common elements that span cultural boundaries. The phenomenon seems to respond to human presence in ways that challenge conventional understanding. Multiple witnesses report that the luminescence intensifies when people enter the water and subsides when they return to shore. Underwater photographers describe how the light appears to follow their movements, creating patterns that mirror their swimming strokes and diving patterns. Dr. Vasileva's most recent research suggests the luminescence may be connected to geological activity on the seafloor. The Black Sea sits above several tectonic fault lines, and seismic data shows micro-earthquakes often precede luminescence events by 12 to 18 hours. This correlation implies that deep Earth processes might trigger the phenomenon, possibly releasing the mysterious phosphorus compounds through underwater vents or fissures. The timing remains the most perplexing aspect. Historical records show the luminescence appeared during significant events, before the 1999 Izmit earthquake, during the 2004 Orange Revolution in Ukraine, and prior to the 2008 Russian-Georgian conflict. The correlation suggests the phenomenon might be sensitive to environmental stresses that extend beyond simple geological activity. Modern attempts to recreate the luminescence in laboratory conditions have failed completely. Scientists have introduced various dinoflagellate species to Black Sea water samples, added phosphorus compounds matching those found during events, and even subjected the mixtures to electromagnetic fields matching the recorded frequencies. Nothing produces the characteristic blue-green glow that transforms the sea into a living constellation. The most recent documented event occurred in October 2023, witnessed by a Russian research vessel operating near the Crimean coast. The crew reported that the luminescence appeared to respond to their sonar pings, creating visual displays that matched the acoustic patterns. When they ceased using active sonar, the light show continued for several minutes before fading to darkness. As climate change alters ocean chemistry worldwide, the Black Sea's luminescent displays are becoming more frequent and intense. What was once a rare phenomenon now occurs several times each year, suggesting that changing environmental conditions might be amplifying whatever mechanisms drive these mysterious events. The sea keeps its secrets, revealing them only in moments of ethereal beauty that challenge our understanding of the natural world. Each luminescent event raises more questions than it answers, leaving scientists to wonder whether they're witnessing a natural phenomenon beyond current understanding, or something far more extraordinary hiding in the depths of the Black Sea. the enduring myth of the Kraken. Throughout maritime history, sailors have returned from the deepest waters with tales that defy logic, stories of tentacles thick as ship masts, rising from abyssal depths to drag entire vessels beneath the waves. For centuries, these accounts were dismissed as the fevered imaginings of men too long at sea, until marine biologists began discovering something extraordinary in the ocean's most remote trenches. The Kraken, that legendary beast of Norse mythology, may not be mere folklore after all. In 2007, Dr. Steve O'Shea received a call that would reshape our understanding of deep-sea life. A commercial fishing vessel, operating 2,000 feet below the surface of the Antarctic Ocean, had hauled up something unprecedented, a colossal squid measuring over 30 feet in length, with eyes the size of dinner plates and rotating hooks along its tentacles that could shred through steel cable. This wasn't just another giant squid. This was something far more formidable. The specimen, now preserved in New Zealand's National Museum, represents only a juvenile. Adult colossal squids are estimated to reach lengths exceeding 60 feet, with tentacles capable of generating crushing forces that would snap a human bone like a twig. Their eyes, the largest in the animal kingdom, can detect the faintest bioluminescent signals in the perpetual darkness of the deep ocean. These are not the sluggish, passive creatures once imagined, but apex predators equipped with intelligence and weaponry that surpasses most land animals. Dr. Tsunemi Kubodera's breakthrough footage from 2004 revealed giant squids actively hunting in their natural habitat, moving with surprising agility and displaying complex behavioral patterns. The creature he filmed stretched nearly 25 feet and demonstrated a level of calculated aggression that transformed scientific understanding overnight. These weren't docile filter feeders. They were strategic hunters capable of taking down prey as large as sperm whales. But here's where the mystery deepens. Sperm whales, the squid's primary predator, often surface-bearing circular scars that measure far larger than any documented specimen. The largest recorded sucker marks found on whale skin suggest encounters with squids possessing tentacles over 100 feet in length. If these calculations are accurate, somewhere in the ocean's deepest trenches live creatures that dwarf even our most conservative estimates. The historical record tells a different story than we've been taught. In 1861, the crew of the French gunboat Electon encountered a massive squid off the coast of Tenerife. The creature, estimated at over 50 feet in length, attacked their vessel with what witnesses described as deliberate intent. The crew managed to secure ropes around the creature, but its body was so massive that the ropes cut through its flesh under the animal's own weight. They preserved only the tail section, which weighed over 40 pounds. The official report was filed with the French Naval Ministry, complete with detailed drawings and measurements. Captain James Clark's 1874 encounter near Newfoundland provides perhaps the most chilling account on record. His vessel, the Pauline, was approached by what he described as a creature of impossible dimensions. The squid's tentacles, he reported, wrapped around the ship's hull with sufficient force to lift the vessel to starboard. Only the creature's apparent lack of interest in pursuing the attack allowed the crew to escape. Clark's detailed log entry, preserved in the Maritime Archives of Halifax, includes measurements and sketches that suggest an animal exceeding 80 feet in total length. Modern technology has only deepened the mystery. Sonar readings from the Puerto Rico Trench have detected massive moving objects at depths where sunlight has never penetrated. These sonar signatures, roughly 100 feet in length, move through the water with the fluid motion characteristic of soft-bodied creatures. The depth, over 27,000 feet, represents an environment more hostile than the surface of Mars, yet something massive and alive navigates these crushing depths. Dr. Edith Witter's revolutionary deep-sea camera systems have captured glimpses of tentacles that disappear beyond the equipment's range of illumination. Her electronic jellyfish lures, designed to attract large predators, have recorded partial encounters with cephalopods of extraordinary size. In 2019, her team's footage from the Mariana Trench showed what appeared to be a tentacle nearly 15 feet in diameter, suggesting a creature of absolutely staggering proportions. The bioluminescent displays recorded by deep-sea research vessels add another layer to this mystery. Massive light patterns, stretching across hundreds of feet of ocean floor, pulse in coordinated sequences that suggest complex communication between multiple large organisms. These displays occur at depths where conventional marine life cannot survive, yet the patterns demonstrate an intelligence that rivals the communication systems of dolphins and whales. Perhaps most intriguingly, genetic analysis of deep-sea squid specimens has revealed evolutionary adaptations that shouldn't exist. These creatures possess redundant organ systems, pressure-resistant cellular structures, and neural networks that suggest problem-solving capabilities far beyond what we observe in their shallow water relatives. They've evolved specifically for an environment that we've only begun to explore. The Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force has documented numerous encounters with unidentified large marine animals during deep-sea exercises. Their classified reports, partially released through Freedom of Information requests, describe sonar contacts with fast-moving objects exceeding 70 feet in length. These encounters occur in the Western Pacific's deepest trenches, where the seafloor drops to depths that remain largely unmapped. What makes these accounts particularly compelling is their consistency across cultures and centuries. From the Norse sagas to modern scientific observations, the descriptions align with remarkable precision. Ancient Hawaiian traditions speak of the Hinalu, a massive octopus capable of creating whirlpools that could swallow canoes. Polynesian navigators developed specific routes to avoid certain deep-water areas where, according to their oral histories, the sea itself had arms. The indigenous peoples of the Pacific Northwest have preserved stories of the devilfish, a creature so large it could be mistaken for an island. These accounts, passed down through generations, describe behaviors that match modern observations of large cephalopods: the ability to change color instantaneously, jets of water powerful enough to capsize small vessels, and an intelligence that borders on the supernatural. Today, as we explore less than 5% of our oceans, each deep-sea expedition reveals new mysteries. The Kraken may not be the supernatural monster of maritime legend, but something far more extraordinary, a real creature that has thrived in Earth's most extreme environment for millions of years. In the deepest trenches, where pressure could crush a human body in milliseconds and darkness is absolute, ancient leviathans may still patrol waters that remain as alien to us as the surface of distant worlds. The abyss keeps its secrets well. Lost SS Waratah, the Titanic of the South. Between the warm Indian Ocean currents and the treacherous waters off South Africa's coast, 211 souls vanished without leaving behind a single piece of wreckage, a final message, or even a credible witness to their fate. The year was 1909, and the SS Waratah had earned a reputation that should have warned passengers away. Captain Joshua Ilbery commanded this 500-foot passenger liner on what would become its final voyage from Durban to Cape Town. The ship carried every comfort expected of early 20th century travel: crystal chandeliers, polished brass fittings, and first-class dining rooms where passengers dressed for dinner each evening. Yet beneath this veneer of luxury, the Waratah harbored a fatal flaw that engineers are still debating more than a century later. The ship's designer, William Beardmore, had created what appeared to be a marvel of maritime engineering, but those who sailed aboard her during previous voyages whispered about something unsettling. The Waratah rolled, not the gentle sway passengers expected, but a slow, deliberate lean that seemed to hesitate before returning to center. Maritime experts called it tender, a technical term that masked a terrifying reality. Claude Sawyer, a passenger on the ship's previous voyage, had felt this instability firsthand. His detailed account, preserved in shipping records, describes nights when he lay awake feeling the vessel's unnatural movement. Sawyer became so convinced of impending disaster that he disembarked in Durban, abandoning his planned return journey to England. His decision saved his life, though he couldn't have known it at the time. On July 26, 1909, the Waratah departed Durban with 211 passengers and crew. The cargo manifest shows a routine loading of wool, hides, and general merchandise. Weather reports from that day indicate calm seas and favorable winds. Captain Ilbery, despite growing concerns about his ship's stability, maintained his regular schedule. The vessel was expected to reach Cape Town within 48 hours. It never arrived. The first search efforts began when the ship failed to appear at its scheduled docking time. The Union Castle Line, which operated the Waratah, immediately dispatched rescue vessels. What they found was an ocean that seemed to have swallowed the ship entirely. No debris fields, no oil slicks, no distress signals picked up by coastal stations. The Waratah had simply ceased to exist. The Clan McIntyre, a cargo vessel that had been following roughly the same route, reported no unusual weather or sea conditions. Captain Bruce of the McIntyre later testified that his ship had experienced nothing more than moderate swells. This testimony only deepened the mystery. If conditions were normal, what could have caused such a complete disappearance? The South African government launched the most extensive maritime search operation in the region's history. Ships combed thousands of square miles of ocean, following current patterns and drift calculations. Coastal communities were alerted to watch for any sign of wreckage. The search continued for months, expanding to include aircraft when aviation technology became available years later. In the decades that followed, numerous theories emerged to explain the Waratah's fate. The most widely accepted involves the ship's documented stability problems. Maritime engineers who studied the vessel's specifications concluded that the Waratah likely suffered from inadequate ballast distribution. This design flaw would have made the ship vulnerable to a phenomenon called turning turtle, a catastrophic capsizing that occurs so rapidly that no distress signals can be sent. But the physics of such a disaster still puzzle experts. Dr. James Mitchell, a contemporary naval architect, calculated that even a ship with stability issues would leave some trace of wreckage. The complete absence of debris suggests something more sudden and total than a typical sinking. Another theory focuses on the ship's cargo. The wool and hides loaded in Durban would have absorbed seawater if the hull was breached. This additional weight could have dragged the ship down faster than normal. But again, this doesn't explain the complete absence of floating debris. The human stories behind the disappearance reveal the tragedy's personal dimension. The passenger list included families traveling home to England, businessmen concluding affairs in South Africa, and crew members who had sailed these routes for years. Among them was Mrs. Hay, traveling with her 3 children to reunite with her husband in London. Their letters, found in Durban posting offices, spoke of excitement about the journey home. Captain Ilbery himself remains an enigmatic figure. His previous command experience was solid, though some shipping records suggest he had expressed private concerns about the Waratah's handling characteristics. Whether these concerns influenced his final decisions remains unknown, as no witness survived to describe the ship's final hours. The search for the Waratah continued sporadically for decades. In 1999, marine archaeologist Emlyn Brown claimed to have located wreckage matching the ship's dimensions using sonar equipment. The wreckage lay in deep water, off South Africa's coast, broken into sections that suggested catastrophic structural failure. However, subsequent dives failed to definitively identify the remains as belonging to the Waratah. Modern maritime disaster analysis has added new perspectives to the mystery. Computer simulations of ship stability suggest that the Waratah's design created a critical vulnerability in specific sea conditions. A combination of cargo shift and beam seas, waves hitting the ship from the side, could have triggered an unrecoverable roll. The ship would have capsized within minutes, potentially trapping passengers below deck. The Waratah's disappearance occurred during an era when maritime safety regulations were far less stringent than today. Ships often sailed with minimal safety equipment, and radio communication was still primitive. The perfect storm of design flaws, regulatory gaps, and technological limitations created conditions where entire vessels could simply vanish. Today, the SS Waratah rests somewhere in the depths of the Indian Ocean, its final secrets preserved in the crushing darkness of the deep. The 211 souls who trusted their lives to this vessel remain part of the ocean's eternal mystery, their fate a reminder that even in our modern age, the sea keeps its secrets well. Intriguing history of the Sea Peoples. The Bronze Age collapse arrived like a slow-motion avalanche across the Mediterranean. Within decades, mighty empires crumbled, cities burned, and trade routes that had thrived for centuries simply vanished. Egyptian records from the 13th century BCE speak of invaders who came from the sea, not pirates or raiders, but entire populations moving with military precision across the waves. They called them the Sea Peoples. 3,000 years later, we still don't know who they were. The first mention appears in the mortuary temple of Pharaoh Merneptah, carved into stone around 1208 BCE. The hieroglyphs describe a confederation of foreign tribes, the Peliset, the Chikir, the Shekelish, and others, who had made a conspiracy in their islands, not raiders seeking quick plunder, but displaced nations searching for new homes, bringing their families, their livestock, their entire civilizations aboard ships that stretched to the horizon. Egyptian reliefs at Medinet Habu show them in remarkable detail. Men with feathered headdresses and horned helmets, carrying round shields and long swords, women and children crowded into ox-drawn carts that somehow traveled alongside their fleets. The artwork suggests a migration on a scale that defies comprehension, entire peoples abandoning their homelands for reasons lost to time. But the most unsettling detail emerges from the Egyptian accounts of their naval battles. Pharaoh Ramesses III boasted of defeating them in the Nile Delta around 1175 BCE. Yet the hieroglyphic records reveal something curious. The sea peoples weren't fighting like desperate refugees. They moved with the coordination of seasoned naval powers, employing tactics that even the Egyptians, masters of the Eastern Mediterranean, found formidable. Modern archaeology has traced their wake across the ancient world. At Ugarit, a wealthy trading city in modern-day Syria, excavations revealed a layer of ash and destruction dating to exactly this period. The city's final tablet, hastily inscribed before the end, speaks of enemy ships appearing off the coast. The tablet was never fired. Whoever wrote it fled before completing the process, leaving behind only a snapshot of terror frozen in clay. Similar destruction layers appear at dozens of sites across the eastern Mediterranean. Hattusa, capital of the Hittite Empire, shows signs of systematic dismantling around 1200 BCE. Troy VII bears evidence of siege and fire. The pattern suggests not random attacks but a coordinated campaign that brought down civilizations which had endured for centuries. Yet the Sea People's origins remain phantom-like. Some scholars propose they came from the Aegean, driven from their homes by natural disasters or internal conflicts. Others suggest they originated in Sardinia, Sicily, or the Western Mediterranean. The linguistic evidence proves equally elusive. Their names preserved in Egyptian hieroglyphs may represent foreign words filtered through ancient scribes who had never heard those languages before. Recent underwater archaeology has added new dimensions to their mystery. Off the coast of Israel, marine archaeologists have discovered Bronze Age shipwrecks that date to the Sea People's era. These vessels carried mixed cargoes, Cypriot copper, Baltic amber, African ivory, suggesting trade networks that spanned continents. The ships themselves show construction techniques borrowed from multiple maritime traditions, as if their builders had learned from many sources. The most intriguing clue lies in what happened after their initial invasions. While Egyptian texts celebrate victories against them, other evidence suggests many sea peoples simply stayed. The Peliset seem to have settled in the southern Levant, where they may have become the biblical Philistines. The Teucer established themselves along the Lebanese coast. Rather than vanishing back to sea, they integrated into the very regions they had once attacked. This pattern challenges the traditional narrative of barbarian invasion. The Sea Peoples appear to have been sophisticated maritime cultures, possibly fleeing some catastrophe in their homelands. They possessed advanced shipbuilding techniques, complex social organization, and military innovations that included some of the earliest known iron weapons in the Mediterranean. DNA analysis of ancient remains has yielded tantalizing hints. Philistine burials from Ashkelon show European genetic markers, supporting theories of Aegean or Western Mediterranean origins. But the sample sizes remain small, and the genetic landscape of the Bronze Age Mediterranean was already complex from centuries of trade and migration. The timeline of their appearances suggests coordination across vast distances. Sea peoples attacked Egypt, sacked cities in modern-day Turkey, and established settlements in the Levant within decades of each other. Such synchronization implies communication networks and organizational capabilities that seem almost impossible for Bronze Age maritime cultures. Their material culture adds another layer of mystery. Archaeological sites associated with the Sea Peoples show distinctive pottery styles, metalworking techniques, and architectural features that don't match any known Bronze Age civilization. It's as if they carried with them cultural traditions that have no archaeological precedent or none that we've discovered yet. The question of what drove them from their homelands remains open.
Climate data suggests the eastern Mediterranean experienced severe droughts around 1200 BCE. Pollen analysis indicates agricultural collapse across wide regions. Some researchers propose that the sea peoples were climate refugees, forced to abandon their homes by environmental catastrophe. Others point to evidence of seismic activity. The late Bronze Age eastern Mediterranean experienced numerous earthquakes, potentially devastating coastal settlements and inspiring mass migrations. The sea peoples' apparent familiarity with naval warfare might reflect generations of competition for diminishing resources, but perhaps the most haunting possibility is that we're looking at the survivors of a lost civilization, one whose homeland now lies beneath the waves. The sea peoples' sudden appearance, their advanced maritime technology, and their subsequent integration into existing cultures all fit the pattern of a sophisticated society forced to abandon its homeland. Their legacy echoes in ways we're only beginning to understand. The collapse they helped precipitate ended the Bronze Age and ushered in centuries of cultural transformation. Iron replaced bronze, new kingdoms emerged, and the Mediterranean world reorganized itself around different centers of power. The sea peoples vanished into history as mysteriously as they had emerged, leaving behind only scattered clues and the profound silence of civilizations that fell before them. Somewhere beneath the Mediterranean's dark waters, their true story may still be waiting, preserved in the ruins of cities we haven't found, or in the remains of their homeland that time and tide have claimed. Puzzling fish falls from the priests. When Father Martinez stepped outside his small parish church in Honduran village of Lloro on May 15, 1997, he expected to find the usual aftermath of a seasonal downpour. Instead, the cobblestone courtyard writhed with hundreds of silver sardines, their scales catching the post-storm light like scattered coins. The fish weren't dead, they were gasping, fresh, as if they'd been swimming moments before their impossible descent from the clouds above. This wasn't the first time Father Martinez had witnessed what locals call *lluvia de peces*, the rain of fish. For over a century, residents of Lloro have documented these events with the matter-of-fact precision of people recording ordinary weather patterns. The phenomenon follows an almost ritualistic schedule. Heavy storms arrive between May and July. The sky opens with unusual violence, and when the rain stops, the streets glisten with live fish. The catch, if you'll pardon the expression, is that these aren't local species. The sardines and other small fish that pepper Lloro's streets after these storms don't match anything swimming in nearby rivers or lakes. They're saltwater varieties, impossibly fresh, hundreds of miles from the nearest ocean. Marine biologists who've examined specimens consistently reach the same puzzling conclusion. These fish were alive and healthy immediately before their aerial journey. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a meteorologist from the National Autonomous University of Honduras, has spent 15 years studying Lloro's fish falls. Her research reveals patterns that defy conventional weather science. The storms associated with fish falls display atmospheric pressure readings that don't align with typical thunderstorm data. Wind speeds measured during these events show rotational velocities that should theoretically be insufficient to lift and transport marine life across such distances. Yet the phenomenon extends far beyond this single Honduran village. Throughout recorded history, cultures across the globe have documented similar events with startling consistency. In 1861, residents of Singapore reported fish falling from clear skies during a minor earthquake. Australian newspapers from 1879 describe a shower of perch that covered several acres near Brisbane. More recently, residents of Lajamanu, Australia, woke in 2010 to find their remote desert town carpeted with hundreds of spangled perch after a brief thunderstorm. The scientific explanation typically offered involves waterspouts, powerful, tornado-like vortexes that form over bodies of water. These phenomena can theoretically lift fish from seas or lakes and transport them considerable distances before depositing them inland. It's a logical hypothesis that satisfies most meteorologists and explains away the mystery with established atmospheric science, but the details refuse to cooperate with this tidy explanation. Fish falls consistently involve single species, as if the alleged waterspouts possessed an unusual selectivity. Mixed catches, the random assortment of marine life you'd expect from a violent atmospheric suction, almost never occur. The fish arrive in pristine condition,
showing no signs of the trauma associated with violent wind transport or extended aerial travel. Perhaps more puzzling still is the absence of accompanying debris. If waterspouts powerful enough to lift tons of fish were responsible, the storm should also carry seaweed, sand, water, and other marine materials. Instead, witnesses report only fish, clean, fresh, and deposited with surgical precision across specific areas. Father Martinez keeps detailed records of Lloro's fish falls, a practice begun by his predecessor in 1956. The handwritten logs reveal another troubling pattern. The events occur in locations where no waterspouts have been observed or recorded by weather stations. The nearest large body of water capable of supporting the species found in Lloro lies over 200 kilometers away, across mountain ranges that would disrupt any atmospheric current capable of such transport. Local folklore offers alternative explanations that science struggles to address. Indigenous communities in Honduras speak of ancient agreements between sky spirits and the faithful, provisions made during times of need. The fish falls in Lloro typically occur during periods of local food scarcity, arriving with timing too precise to attribute to coincidence. Residents organize festivals around these events, celebrating what they perceive as blessing rather than meteorological anomaly. Similar cultural interpretations exist worldwide. Aboriginal Australian communities have traditional stories describing fish rain as communication from ancestral spirits. These narratives, passed down through generations, include specific details about the types of fish that fall and the circumstances surrounding their arrival, details that align remarkably well with modern eyewitness accounts. The timing of global fish falls reveals another layer of mystery. Analysis of historical records shows these events occur in clusters, with years of frequent reports followed by decades of silence. The clustering doesn't correlate with weather patterns, climate cycles, or any identifiable atmospheric phenomenon. It suggests an underlying mechanism that operates according to rules science hasn't yet identified. Dr. Vasquez's most recent research focuses on electromagnetic anomalies detected during fish falls. Her team has recorded unusual magnetic field fluctuations in the hours preceding these events, disturbances that don't occur during normal thunderstorms. The connection between these electromagnetic signatures and the subsequent fish falls remains unexplained, but the correlation is too consistent to ignore. Perhaps most intriguingly, attempts to predict fish falls using conventional meteorological models have failed completely. Weather services can forecast the storms that accompany these events, but they cannot predict which storms will produce fish and which will bring only rain. The phenomenon appears to operate according to variables that exist outside current atmospheric science. Modern technology has failed to capture the actual moment of fish descent. Despite numerous attempts by researchers and curious visitors, no one has successfully photographed or filmed fish in the act of falling. Witnesses report that the fish simply appear during the heaviest rainfall, when visibility drops to near zero. By the time the rain clears enough for observation, the fish are already scattered across the ground. Father Martinez continues his documentation, adding to a record that spans nearly 7 decades. Each entry describes the same impossible scene: fish where no fish should be, arriving with purposes and methods that drift somewhere between meteorology and miracle. Challenging our understanding of both sky and sea, the phenomenon persists, defying explanation while maintaining its gentle mystery, a reminder that our oceans above might hold secrets as deep as those below. Phenomenal blood falls in Antarctica. From the sterile whiteness of Antarctica's Taylor Valley, something bleeds. A crimson cascade spills down the Taylor Glacier's face, staining the pristine ice with what appears to be fresh blood. The local researchers who first documented this phenomenon in 1911 had no scientific framework to explain why a frozen continent would weep red tears. The sight stops you cold. Against the backdrop of humanity's most isolated wilderness, this 5-story waterfall defies every expectation of what Antarctica should be. The liquid flows intermittently, sometimes trickling, sometimes gushing, as if the ice itself has been wounded and cannot heal. Dr. Jill McCookie spent years studying samples from blood falls, and her findings reveal layers of mystery that science has only begun to penetrate. The red coloration comes from iron oxide, rust, essentially. But rust requires oxygen, water, and time. In the depths of a glacier that hasn't seen sunlight for millions of years, these conditions shouldn't exist. The water emerges from beneath the glacier at temperatures that should freeze it solid, yet it flows. The salinity measures 3 times that of seawater, creating a brine so concentrated it resists freezing even at sub-zero temperatures. This isn't simply meltwater finding its way to the surface. Something far more complex drives this phenomenon. Beneath the Taylor Glacier lies a lake that has been sealed away for over 2 million years. This body of water exists in complete darkness, under crushing pressure, cut off from the surface world since before our ancestors walked upright. The lake measures roughly the size of a small city, trapped in a pocket of stone and ice that predates human civilization. When researchers finally accessed samples from this hidden reservoir, they discovered an ecosystem that challenges fundamental assumptions about life on Earth. Microorganisms thrive in conditions that would kill most living things. No sunlight, no oxygen, crushing pressure, and salinity levels that would desiccate ordinary cells. These bacterial communities have been evolving in isolation for geological epochs. The microbes survive by metabolizing iron and sulfur compounds in the surrounding rock. They've created their own closed-loop system, recycling nutrients that have been locked away since the Pliocene era. This biological process gradually concentrates iron in the water, creating the rusty stain that gives bloodfalls its distinctive color. But the deeper mystery lies in how this ancient water occasionally finds its way to the surface. The glacier moves and shifts, creating fractures and pressure channels that shouldn't exist in ice this thick and stable. The brine somehow navigates a complex network of pathways, emerging at the glacier's terminus in what appears to be a completely random pattern. Some episodes produce a dramatic gush of red water that can be seen from aircraft. Other times, the flow reduces to a slow seep that barely stains the ice. The timing seems to follow no predictable schedule, suggesting that geological processes we don't fully understand control the release mechanism. The implications extend far beyond Antarctica. If life can thrive in such extreme conditions beneath the ice, similar ecosystems might exist in other seemingly uninhabitable environments. The subsurface oceans of Jupiter's moon Europa, or the frozen depths of Mars, might harbor life forms that operate on principles we're only beginning to comprehend. Recent satellite imagery has revealed other locations in Antarctica where similar red staining occasionally appears. These sites suggest that bloodfalls might not be unique, but rather one visible example of a much larger phenomenon occurring beneath the continent's ice sheet. The vast majority of Antarctica's subglacial environment remains unexplored, potentially concealing entire ecosystems that have been developing in isolation for millions of years. The bacterial communities in the subglacial lake represent evolution under constraints that don't exist anywhere else on Earth's surface. They've adapted to metabolize compounds that would be toxic to most life forms, creating biological processes that blur the line between living systems and geological chemistry. These organisms suggest that life's adaptability might be far greater than we previously imagined. The water's chemical composition continues to puzzle researchers. Beyond the high iron content and extreme salinity, the samples contain organic compounds that don't match any known biological processes. The chemical signatures suggest metabolic pathways that have evolved independently from the rest of Earth's biosphere, creating a kind of parallel evolution in the planet's most isolated environment. Temperature readings from the glacier's interior reveal thermal anomalies that don't align with standard glacial behavior. The subglacial lake maintains temperatures several degrees warmer than the surrounding ice, suggesting either geothermal activity or biological processes that generate heat. The exact source of this thermal energy remains unclear. The sporadic nature of the water's emergence adds another layer of mystery. Unlike typical glacial meltwater, which follows predictable seasonal patterns, Bloodfalls operates on its own schedule. The releases seem to correlate with seismic activity in the region, but the connection isn't consistent enough to establish a clear cause and effect relationship. Each time researchers think they've decoded the mechanism behind bloodfalls, new observations complicate the picture. The ecosystem beneath the glacier appears to be far more complex than initially assumed, with multiple bacterial communities that have specialized roles in maintaining the subglacial environment. These microorganisms have created a stable system that has persisted through ice ages and continental changes. The visual impact of bloodfalls continues to captivate scientists and observers alike. The stark contrast between the pristine white ice and the flowing red water creates an almost surreal landscape that seems to belong on another planet. This aesthetic power serves as a reminder that Earth still holds secrets that challenge our understanding of what's possible. As climate change alters Antarctica's ice dynamics,
bloodfalls might provide crucial insights into how these ancient ecosystems respond to environmental pressure. The stability of the subglacial lake and its unique bacterial communities could offer clues about life's resilience in extreme environments, both on Earth and potentially elsewhere in the universe. The crimson